anyways, I'll close.
Mics are live.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Welcome to the Board of Directors, Indian Wells Valley Water District, our special board meeting today, Tuesday, October 15th. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 4:30. With that, if we can stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and follow me. Place your hand in your heart. Please follow me. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
President Kaczynski,
Here.
Vice President St. Amand,
Here.
Director Boyd is absent, Director Griffin,
Here.
Director Torah.
Here.
Thank you. Posting the agenda declaration.
The agenda for tonight's special board meeting was posted on October 10th, 2024.
Conflict of interest declarations.
President Kaczynski,
None.
Vice President St. Amand,
None.
Director Boyd is absent, Director Griffin,
None.
Director Torah.
None.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to public questions and comments on closed session. And if I don't hear any, I don't see any public online. So with that, we will go ahead and close this session at 4:31 and move into closed session. o'clock. We came out of closed session at 5:50. So I'm opening the open session again
Statements from your lawyer.
I know, I haven't gotten there yet. And
Board
if you
mem-
can make a statement, sir.
Board met in closed session. No action was taken that requires disclosure under the Brown Act.
Thank you. With that, I'll open up for public questions and comments. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the board on any matter not on the agenda and over which the board has jurisdiction. However, no action may be taken by the board of directors on any item not appearing on the agenda. Non-agenda speakers are asked to limit their presentation to 5 minutes. Public questions and comments on items listed on the agenda will be accepted at any time the item is brought forward for consideration by the board. So do I have any public comments? Please state your name.
Is it not working? Hold on, Judy.
Hang on, Judy. We're gonna have to have a technical thing going on here to get you on record. It's always something.
No, it says we're offline also, so does.
Judy Decker. I'm going to say this because I'm not sure I'll be here for the end.
Can you hold the mic up, please?
I'm not sure I'll be here for the end of your meeting, but regarding the CSD, I note that another director has resigned, Tim Carroll. And I also note there was an ad in last week's Daily Independent for another manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? No one on the line, Jason? All right. With that, I will close the public questions and comments. Move on to presentation, financial plan and rate analysis. Ty, take it away, or who's ever taking this one away?
Yeah, okay, so a couple months back, we've been talking off and on about the budget and rising expenditures, lowering revenues. So we thought we'd take the current cost of service study and kind of look at it and do a rate update, which is feed in the new expenditure budget and revenue projections to see how that affected our 5-year and further out forecast for finances. So we worked with Mark. We've put a lot of work into this and came up with what we think is a workable solution. But I will go ahead and turn it over to Mark to go through the presentation.
Great,
Okay, Mark.
thank you. Thank you, and thank you for having me again here this evening. Just as a reminder, my name is Mark Hildebrand. I'm a sole proprietor of Hildebrand Consulting, and I've been working with Indian Wells for the better part of 12 years now. So we know each other pretty well. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Let's see. All right, can you see my presentation?
We're working on it. Working on it, probably another minute. 30 seconds, I'm told.
29, 28? Just kidding.
I have a lot of seconds. You're on, Mark.
Great. Okay, so you can see my screen, okay?
All right.
Excellent.
No. All right.
Sorry, is that confirmed? You can see my screen?
Yes.
Great, okay. Well, let me jump right into it. So on the second slide here, we have the agenda, so. Was there something?
Nope, it's working.
Oh, okay, great. So the agenda will cover my scope of work and the objectives of the study that we did. We'll cover some of the financial plan findings, and then we'll finish up with the project schedule. So just in terms of the rate setting process and what we've done this time around, a typical comprehensive rate study, which we've done together in the past, includes these 3 steps: revenue requirements, cost of service, and rate design. In this particular case, we're only focusing on updating the financial plan, which is synonymous with the revenue requirement. So we're basically saying that the rate design and the allocation of costs to your various customers doesn't need to be updated at this time. It was done comprehensively during the last study, and nothing from that in that regard has changed substantively, and there isn't really a need to update that part of your rates. But we do want to make sure that you have enough rate revenue, to meet your revenue requirements going forward. So we limited the scope of work to just that. In terms of the legal requirements for setting rates in California, I think everybody here is, for the most part, is familiar with the term Proposition 218. It's part of the California Constitution, and it dictates how rates have to be set by public entities such as Indian Wells Valley Water District. The primary components of this law, there's 2 primary. There's a substantive requirement and a procedural requirement. Substantively, it says that you can't charge your customers more than the cost of providing service. So you can't overcharge your customers, and you can't charge one customer group more in the interest of subsidizing another group. So you have to be fair and equitable, and you can't charge too much. Pretty simple concepts, which the district is doing. The other procedural part is that you do have to go through a protest hearing process, whereby you have to give notice of a public hearing and give your ratepayers an opportunity to protest against the rates. So jumping into the financial plan, here's the snapshot of your revenues. So the vast majority of your revenues come through rate revenue. It's about 77% of your revenue. The GSA fees are part of your rate revenues as well, but you essentially pass through the costs associated with the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Your tiered rates pay for those costs, and your tiered rates have been formulated based on what you pay for in GSA fees. So those essentially are rate revenues, but we break them out here just to show that that's a pass-through cost that goes directly to the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And then you can see there's some other miscellaneous fees from developers and just other services that you provide to your customers. On the other side of the coin, you have your operating and debt expenses. So just to be very clear, this does not include capital spending. It's just operating and debt. And you can see the various categories here with a good amount of your expenses are for debt service for past capital projects. And then you can see another large component there is the GSA, which again is being passed through to your customer through your tiered rates. All of these costs are assumed to escalate over the next 10 years by 3%, which is more or less the long-term average for the CPI. The Consumer Price Index has been about 2.9% over the last 100 years or so. And so given that we don't have any inside information on the future, we'll just assume that the historical average will, on average, hold true for the next 10 years. In terms of the reserves that the district holds, these are existing policies that were implemented during the last rate study and that we're carrying forward through this one. The district does have a policy of holding 6 months of operating budget, which is about $5.5 million, a capital improvement reserve of $10.8 million. So The capital improvement reserve is in the event of catastrophic failure or some other reason that you need significant spending on unexpected spending on your capital infrastructure. The vehicle reserve and your capital replacement or computer replacement reserve are also basically buffers to allow you to purchase vehicles and computers, which tends to be cyclical. Sometimes you'll go years without buying any, and then all of a sudden you need to replace quite a few. And so it's important to have some buffer there in terms of a reserve to be able to purchase those in bulk sometimes. Your capital projects is the primary driver for the rate increases that we're going to be talking about today. I do want to point out that these projects do not include a recycled water treatment plant project that we will talk about in some later slides. But you can see that over the next 5 years, the capital spending is a bit front loaded over the next 2 years. At the bottom line there, you can see it's going to be over $6 million. And then it dials down to 3.9, 3.5, and 2.2. So there is quite a bit of volume of capital spending that the district is anticipating to deliver here in the next couple of years. And starting in 2030, off the chart here, we are assuming that the average capital spending will be about $5 million going forward. But you can see there's some pretty large projects that you're looking at right now, the Inyokern 30-inch, mostly in the form of transmission and distribution. You can see some pretty large projects that the district's delivering. Here's a graph of what that will look like and what it's looked like over the last 5 years. So you can see the average over the last 5 years has been 4.2, and the forecasted average will be 5.6. So it is a $1.4 million increase in annual capital spending that the financial plan assumes. So slide 11 is, I'll take a little bit more time here because there's a lot more going on. Let me get out a laser pointer. So a lot of you have seen this graph before, but I'll go ahead and remind you of what you're looking at. The top graph holds a lot of information, but it's basically comparing revenues to expenses. So the background in green represents revenue, and the foreground columns, which are primarily blue, represent expenses. And so as you look at this graph over the next 10 years, anytime the columns are higher than the background, that's a deficit year where you're drawing down on your reserves. And anytime the background green is higher, that's a surplus year where you're building your reserves. And you can see that play out here on these lines. The black line is reserve target. The dashed green line is the minimum reserves, the level of reserves that you never want to plan to go below. And then the red line is the projected reserve level. So you can see this financial plan does project a drop in your reserves. It's going to drop and drop until about 2028. And then it's going to slowly start to recover and try to get back to that reserve target by the end of the 10-year financial planning period. Looking at more of the details here in the graph above, the brown at the bottom is the pass-through GSA revenue. The darker green sliver here is miscellaneous revenue. The light green in the middle is your existing revenue from existing rates. And the dark green at the top represents the additional revenue that you'll get from the rate increases that are being proposed. And you can see the rate increases that are being proposed as a percentage are shown at the bottom here. So it's 12% for your next rate increase, then 10%, 8%, and 8%. This 12% does replace an 8% rate increase that had been previously approved for January 1st, 2025. So basically in 2 months, rates were going to go up by 8% anyways. And so instead of doing that, we're proposing to replace that with a 12% rate increase on February 1st. Going back up to this chart, the columns, the black represents your GSA expense. So you can see the brown and the black offset each other. That's the GSA revenue and the GSA expense offset each other since it's a pass-through. The dark blue represents your operating expenses. The hashed in the middle is your debt service. And the light blue is the capital spending, which we just showed in the previous slide. So what has changed since 2022? Because the last time we did the study was 2022, which is, just over 2 years ago, and we are proposing some changes to what had been forecasted, what had been proposed back then. So I did think it was important to explain what's changed since then. So your volumetric revenue has dropped pretty significantly. The usage during the 2022 study was 4.2 million units, HCF, hundreds of cubic feet. And at the time, we assumed that it would remain the same. The most recent water usage from last fiscal year was 2.1 million. So it's a 10% decrease. That actually yielded more than a 10% decrease in your rate revenue. It yielded a 19% shortfall in your revenue. And the reason is because most of that decrease happens in your tier 2 rates. And your tier 2 rates are significantly higher than your tier 1 rates. And so there's a disproportionate amount of financial impact that happens when your water usage drops in that tier 2 area. Going forward, we do assume that water usage will continue to decrease at 2.5% per year for the next 5 years. In terms of capital spending, back in 2022, we had assumed that between 2025 and 2029, there would be $16 million of spending. And the current financial plan is now forecasting 23.7 million. So an increase of 7.7 million over the next 5 years, which is almost 50% increase. And then in terms of your operating costs, the operating costs through this date actually have been very similar to what had been projected by the 2022 plan. But going forward, we are expecting that the cost this year will jump by 13%. That's compared to, we assumed it'd be a 3% increase back in 2022. So those are the primary reasons that the rate increases are higher than what had previously been proposed. Just switching gears for a second here, I do want to talk about a potential future recycled water treatment plant. This is a treatment plant that may be required of Indian Wells if state mandates require it. There are conservation mandates that I am not familiar with the details, but I understand that the district may be obligated to pay for, to develop a recycled water treatment plant in order to meet the mandates established by the state. A lot of these, the costs of this project are not included in the financial plan that I just presented, but we did want to show a scenario where it was included to show you what kind of a financial impact it would have. We had to make some assumptions. Part of the reason it's not in the financial plan currently is because we don't have a perfect picture of what it will look like, how much it's going to cost, and when it's going to happen. And so for that reason, we didn't include it. But with the assumptions that you show here, we are able to model what the impact would be. So if it started in 2030, and if it cost $100 million, and if 75% of it was paid with outside funding through grants, et cetera, and if the remaining 25% was half debt financed and half cash financed by the district, then I'll show you what the rates would look like. So you can see very similar picture for most of the years until you get to 2030. And you can see a big spike in the capital spending there, the light blue in the top graph. And that's the $13 or so million that would be cash financed by the district. And then you can also see the debt service jumping in 2031. That would be the additional debt service to cover the $13 million debt that would be issued. And you can see that the rate increases would need to be more on the order of 15% per year for the next 4 years. And then it could be dialed back. So part of the reason that you need to front load it is in order to be able to afford this big cash financing of the $13 million. So you can see the reserve target increasing, trying to go up, get to a point where we are able to build a reserve that allows you to cash finance a part of the project. And so you can see the reserves building the red line up until 2029 and then dropping pretty significantly. That's the $13 million cash financing of a part of the project. And thereafter, and you can see that there's a $14 million net proceeds. The the debt doesn't exactly match the $12.5 million because there's expenses associated with it. Just as a reminder, so this is going back to your rate design. This is just a reminder of what your rates look like, your tiered rates and the justification for them. So your tier one rates made up of district costs as a foundation, and then a portion of the tier one rates is also a pass-through of the GSA pumping costs. And then tier two is the same district cost, the same GSA pumping costs, but in addition to those two things, it also passes through the GSA replenishment costs at $5.25 per HCF. So that's the justification for your tier one versus tier two. And you can see the increase to the rates here. So the GSA portion of the rate, the commodity rates, is not going to change because of the fact that, again, we're not changing the rate design, and these are pass-through elements for your rates. So the $5.25 and the 24 cents here are pass-through costs, and so those portions of your rates will not change. It's just the foundational part, the district costs, that are increasing by the rate increase that's being proposed, and that's why the tier one as a percentage is increasing more than the tier two, because that district cost component is a bigger component of the tier one rates. And so as a percentage, it will be increasing by more than the tier two rates, which is buffered by these other elements that are in there. And then the next 3 slides is just a bunch of numbers which show you your rate schedule and what they'll look like over the next 5 years with the rate increases that are being proposed. So just to remind you of what your rates look like, there are your commodity rates, which is a tier one, tier two, which we just talked about, and it shows the different components of that. You have your fixed monthly charge, which is based on the size of folks' meter, which is composed of both a ready to serve charge and an arsenic charge. And then you have zone charges for folks who live at higher elevation, construction meter costs for folks who rent construction meters, private fire services for those who have a direct connection to the water system for their indoor fire protection, and then bulk water rates for customers who drive and pick up their water at the bulk water station. So there's fiscal 20 or 26, 27, 28, 29. Now I won't go through all these numbers because you should have that in your packet. And just to wrap up with the schedule, we did meet with the Finance Committee last week. We're meeting with the board today, and we are asking the board for approval today to send out the 218 notices so that we can hold the public hearing on January 13th, 2025, and implement the rates on January 1st, 2025. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mark. So what I'll do first is open up to a board for any questions or comments. So I'll just start to my left. Chuck, do you have anything?
My only comment is, I appreciate the work that Mark's done, and I understand the situation that we're in. I hate to see an increase, but due to the circumstances, I mean, we're talking a 4% increase, and I know everything that I've done has cost more than 4% this year. It's went up. So I understand where we're at, and I'm glad that we noted that we've still been pushing conservation. So conservation has gone down. We've conserved, our customers have conserved more, but our revenues are lower because of that. So, and we didn't anticipate that, but that's where it's at. So I think we have to do what we have to do.
Thank you, Chuck. Mr. St. Amand.
So we all know what the official inflation rate is, and if it's, given the changes made to the inflation calculations in the 1970s, I promise you it's twice what they're reporting. And we're getting to the stage where we're having to postpone necessary maintenance, and that's a disaster. I can think of a water supplier here locally who has deferred maintenance for quite some time, and they're in a catastrophic situation. So I don't want to get in that situation. I do appreciate the addition of an estimate for declining water use, because I have a feeling that's going to continue. We know we have to make an assumption, but I suspect it's going to be even more conservation than we're expecting next year. Nobody wants to raise the rates, but we have to stay in good fiscal we have to be fiscally sound in order to make sure that the water district doesn't wind up in some sort of irrecoverable position. That's all I have.
Thank you. Stan?
Yes, thank you. What I got out of the packet was only 19 pages. And is this thing 24? Or did we get is this a different brief than we had in the packet?
No, it's the same. It's
Same
the
one.
Brief. He's just got some slides in the front
I
that are
think he has
introductory to
front, stuff
him.
front load together on one page.
Right.
So it's a little different than the finance committee packet, if that's one you're looking at. We did make an adjustment for declining water.
He's wondering why it
consumption.
says 24 on the screen and why the packet has 19. And
So what you're seeing up here is from our PowerPoint. The page numbers would correspond to Mark's when he
Okay,
reads
but
it
so
separately.
it's a complete package.
Yes.
That's okay, thank you. That was the question.
it's a good question.
I note that, I mean, obviously the prices are gonna go up. I mean, we know that, that's a done deal. However, when I look at the first 5 years on my page 11, I note that the next 5 years, the cost is going up 46% in 5 years. And my feeling is there's got to be a better way of doing it. May I ask how many options were looked at in terms of the ways of financing it, et cetera?
The recycled water treatment plant?
Well, the last time we went through this, what the Finance Committee did is gave the board 2 options of how to finance the program. And here I see, one option with nothing else. What else was considered and not investigated further, may I ask?
Well, to be honest, we did not look at a debt scenario in this particular case because the capital spending that the district is facing over the next 5 to 10 years, aside from the recycled water treatment plant, doesn't really have the hallmarks of what would justify debt. Usually you are looking at a very significant or unusual amount of capital spending in order to issue debt, or a situation where you're really cash strapped, where you just absolutely need the debt right away. And that didn't really describe the scenario that the district is facing. So we didn't consider debt. The other dynamic here is that there is this recycled water treatment plant that's out in the future. And so my understanding, without having spoken to Ty about this directly, but my feeling is that you want to retain your ability to issue debt for that project. You want to basically keep your powder dry in order to position the district to be more flexible if and when that project comes, so that you have more options available. If you issue a lot of debt right now, you limit your options when you are facing that project later on.
Okay, let me give you just my initial thought on some of the assumptions that are going through here. When I add up the bottom line on my page 9, which is capital projects, I come up with $15.8 million. If you subtract the 3.4 million, which is a grant, that comes down, and if you subtract the 4.1 from the La Mirage project, we come down to 8.3 million. I went into the general plan, which is only 2 years old, and I can't find $8.3 million or anything similar. So I'm not sure where these numbers came from, and I need to make sure that there's a basis for them in the general plan. On page 10, there was it turns out we lost a year. FY 2027
Oh, yeah,
doesn't
there's a
show
typo
up.
there. Thank you.
And my feeling is for this particular page to be relevant, we really need to put in what is cash capital and what is a debt capital so that we have a feel for what's going on. Going on to page 11, it's very apparent that what is happening in terms of the loss in reserves is because of using cash capital as opposed to debt capital. And the other thing I noted that we're spending money in 2026, even though we've already got 3 consolidation projects and a major pipeline that we have to contend with. And I don't think we've got the staff to manage any more than those 4 projects. So the money that's currently in 2026 ought to be able to be moved out into 27, 28, or 29 or something like that. And then obviously cash capital is the most expensive way you can fund anything. So my suggestion would be to bond in 27 for the expenses in 2027, 28, and 29. And that would be for the $8.3 million that I had mentioned previously. And that should bring those rate increases down to something that's a whole lot lower. We went through this just 2 years ago when we compared cash capital with debt capital, and cash capital lost big time. That 46% interest, pardon me, rate increase, I find to be unacceptable. We've got to, obviously, we got to do something, but we have to do it smartly, and I don't think this is it.
Sir, I was remiss in one more explanation for why debt was not considered. When you're done, I'd like to fill you in.
I'm sorry, I'm hard of hearing. Could you speak more into the mic or a little louder?
As soon as you're done, I do have one more thing to add regarding the debt scenario that we didn't consider earlier. Would you like to hear it now, or did you have more?
Well, like I said, the numbers that I came up with, assuming that all of the capital expenditures were reasonable, even though I can't find them in the general plan, it was $8.3 million. And we could fund that by having a bond in FY 27. The interest rates are coming down. So this is a good time to take on additional debt so that we don't have to increase those rates the way they are.
He has an explanation for you about why they did not consider that in this report, if you're ready for him to explain.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So if you go to my slide 11, the one that says the cash flow forecast.
Slide
sorry,
11, cash flow forecast.
Yeah.
Cash flow forecast on page
11.
11, I got it.
So if you look at the bottom line of numbers, the debt coverage ratio,
Yes.
the minimum debt coverage ratio that the district should have technically is 1.2. And you can see that you're not meeting that this year, but the plan does have you positioned to meet that limit next year. But it really is one of the primary drivers for the rate increase. If you were to issue more debt, your debt coverage ratio would be pushed back down. I don't really think that the district has the capacity to issue debt in the near term. You could position yourself to be able to issue more debt in a few years after you've implemented a few rate increases, but at this point in time, your debt coverage ratio doesn't allow you to issue more debt.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I understand that. And I wasn't assuming that we would take out a bond in 25 or 26. I'm saying in 27, when the debt ratio is 1.79.
Right.
You'd have to work out the numbers to find out what it really is, but 1.2 or 1.25 is a realistic number to take out more debt. One thing I forgot to mention is another number that I couldn't figure out what was going on is if you look at page 7, when I look under, can you pop up page 7?
It's the
My page 7.
operating and debt expenses.
Yes, operating and debt expenses.
That's the one.
There you go. That's it.
That's it. Okay. I tried to go through and try to understand the general administration costs. Now, understand this is pulled out of the 2024 or 25 budget, but when I look at the 2023 budget, I don't come up with a number anywhere close to this number. It's like 2.5, 2.6 million, something like that. And then I'm assuming that that number gets extrapolated through the inflation at, I believe you're using 3%, which I think is, very reasonable. But now I'm assuming that that number includes the adjudication.
And all the technical work that saves, all the technical
All
work,
the-
all the
right,
legal work,
technical
all the
work.
adjudication, yes.
My feeling is, if you extrapolate that at an inflation rate of 3%, after 3 years, it's up additional $400,000. And I don't know where the original 4 million came from. My feeling is that we're in FY 25 right now. And FY 24, where we're doing all the work on the adjudication, all the studies, et cetera. And this year, those should be the high years for the adjudication. And in FY 26 and 27, it ought to be tapering off and then starting to go down, not going up at the rate of inflation. So I think we need to get a much better handle on where the 4,400,000 came from and what is the real projection for all those costs. Because I think my feeling is they're probably high. And that will affect that index that we were talking about, the debt coverage, because lowering our expenses will increase the debt ratio. Anyway, what I'm saying is we need more data to verify these numbers before we assume anything.
I'm
And that goes back to the capital
right.
costs as well. Without having any substantiation coming out of the, and the general plan may have it in there, I just can't find it. But we need to have better numbers for the capital improvement program. And I would like to see them related back to the general plan. And then the one term on page 7, where they talk about operating and debt expenses. I'd like to see a line item development of where, what are we getting for $4.4 million? And is it really $4.4 million?
Okay, before I make my comments, I'm gonna try to address some of that. Again, I've said this before. I know that Ty has worked on this. He knows what bills are due, what bills are coming due, whether it be the adjudication of, you've asked for estimates from all these people working on these things. Okay. And when it comes to capital expenditures and operating expenditures, I look towards Jason and Renee, because you have gone over these numbers and filtered through them many times. I remember you had a wish list that was double this. And you worked on it, modified it, got it back to something that we could get palatable. Because if I'm not mistaken, when we started originally talking about this, we were looking at 15 and 18% increases until you guys started trimming everywhere you can. So what I'm stating here is that I believe the staff. I think the staff has looked at this. I think Ty knows these numbers probably better than anybody else and what to expect and what they are, what's been paid in the past. I don't want to think, hell, for all I know, we may be deferring some general administration costs based on what's going on right now too. Is that a true statement?
Yeah, it's still a skinny budget for us.
Yeah.
We did anticipate the adjudication going, I think we did 4 or 5 years because, I mean, we don't even have our first trial date for another 1.5 years on
Right.
one item.
Right.
So, work continues to be done in the background that we're paying for month in, month out. The capital plan that was submitted was one that was approved in the budget. We made some modifications to smooth it out so you didn't see spikes in rates and so you see a gradual decline. So we've kind of adjusted the time frame on some of those projects just to smooth it. But
So you don't have any huge spikes. You try to avoid any
Exactly.
huge spikes.
exactly.
And I'm trying to understand why, Stan, you keep saying that cash capital makes a project cheaper than bonded capital.
No,
it's the
opposite.
It's the opposite. So more cash capital you spend, that's a cheaper way to go, which
Over the long term, but what I'm trying to do is keep water affordable for our current
right.
water rate payers. Yeah, you do pay, 1.5 or 1.4 to 1.6 times the total payback, but it's over a 20 or a 30-year
Right. I
period.
just want to make clear that, yeah, it isn't
So,
actually cheaper.
on the
It's
short
just spread
term,
out.
On short term and affordability for us now, it is cheaper to go to debt service.
And I
We,
agree.
we went through this 2 years ago, and that was,
Concerns me about that, Stan, and I'm definitely not the best finance guy, but what concerns me about doing that is if we did a debt service and we took out a loan to cover work that we want to do for 25, 26 or 27, and then we paid on it for 30 years, and then we have to do work again in 29 or 30 or 31, do we do another loan and then we're paying another 30 years? So I would rather see a slight increase because the way I'm looking at it, we're seeing a 4% increase over what was already approved for this year. We're not, the rates the way I understand this, we have a structure in there that shows an increasing rate over the next 4 years or 3 years. But just because it's in there doesn't mean we have to charge that. If our cost comes in lower, and we're meeting demand, we can't charge it because we wouldn't be subject to 218 at that point. So I'm more concerned with taking out a loan and having to pay long-term and then having to do it again in 3 or 4 years and just keep extending that debt 30 years when we can handle it in 1 year with an increase that if it's slight enough. So am I confused on that or?
well, what we would be doing is taking out a loan in 27 to cover all of the capital investments for 26, 27, 28, and 29.
But it wouldn't be
So
paid
the-
off until 2057, is that correct?
Pardon?
That loan wouldn't be paid off until 2057, is that
Well,
correct?
it's either a 20 or a 30, yes. And that is the way agencies know. When we put in our new pipeline, we went out and borrowed money and we discovered it was actually, I was thinking it would be 5 and 5.5%. But they are tax-free bonds. So we got a buy with something like 4.3%, was it?
Yeah. it was around
4.3%, and the interest rates are going down.
Well,
So.
One interesting thing of note is when we passed the last rate study and we anticipated bonding to do some of those capital projects, we hadn't done the bonding, our pipeline broke, that bonding went to paying for the pipeline. If we had bonded and used that money to do other projects, when that pipeline broke, we don't have the capacity to bond
And
additional
and
money.
currently, we're in that situation with this, even with a 1.12 debt coverage ratio, we're in that situation now.
Yeah, you want to be probably 1.7 to 2.0 to go out. to
But
the
how are
market.
you affected? Let's say you're 2.0 and you go out and you borrow $25 million. What happens to that debt coverage ratio? It goes from 2 to 1.3,
3,
1.2.
yeah, it drops.
Yeah, it's damned if you do and damned if you don't. It's just the way that it
Well,
happens.
and I wasn't suggesting that we keep the rates at the absolute minimum. What I'm saying is what we ought to do is keep the rates at a rate so that we can keep our, our debt coverage ratio high enough so that we can bond again in a year or two after that. I certainly wouldn't recommend that we don't have any margin there at all. That makes no sense. But a major driver there is what we're currently paying for that admin fee. You know, I would agree, Ty's probably right, that we approved this in the budget. But when I go back and look at the 2023 budget, we had a 80% increase in what we were looking at in terms of the budget, because it was, I looked at it this afternoon, it was like 2.6 or 2.7. Well, wait a minute, just a second.
Yeah, and the main
The-
change there is we didn't have information when we put the budget together to cover the adjudication and the technical working.
Preliminary June printout said 2.56 million, and that was pumped up. And that included some adjudication costs. And that was pumped up to 4.3 million or 4 million. My feeling is, I would like to see a little bit more definition to why we're paying $2 billion or more, actually more than $2 million for adjudication per year. I think that maybe is over, and of course that includes the technical work as well as the legal work. I understand that, but that seems just really high.
But don't forget, it also includes increases in insurances. It's all the administrative costs. What's that going up? 25,
I
30,
understand.
30%? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is
And
just that.
that's exactly why I think we
Insurance
need
has
to
gone
have
up dramatic.
better
Insurance has
definition.
gone up dramatically since the general plan was put into place.
Everything's gone up.
I think I must agree with the president
Yeah,
that
and
the
that's
staff
what-
understands the numbers and that they be
And-
adjusted. And I think
Yeah.
bonding is in fact reserved for emergency situations and
Yeah,
not
but-
for regular operations.
The way,
Nobody should be financing their household on credit card debt.
the way I look at it, I was elected to protect not only the agency, but the ratepayers. And that means I have to have the information to make an intelligent decision. So what I'm asking for is more definition on why the general administration starts at 4.4 million and then it is inflated at 3%. My feeling is it should start going down in a year or two, and that'll make a big difference in the that ratio that we're concerned about. And it's a legitimate concern. I'm also concerned.
So I was also elected to defend the interests of the water district and the ratepayers as well. And I'm concerned about the idea of financing our operations on debt. We see the federal government and the state of California doing that, and that's not going very well for them. So I don't think that issuing new bonds for regular work is a good strategy. We have accrued the costs and we need to pay them now. Additionally, borrowing money assumes that conditions are going to either stay the same or they're going to get better. Depending on who wins the presidential election, we could have a really interesting economy next year if some of the policies that are being proposed are put into the place. Either interesting as in that's great, or interesting as goodness gracious, that's a disaster. So I'm not interested in borrowing money to cover costs. And when it comes to the other issues about why is it the general administration looks so much larger than you remember, I believe that the staff is telling us the truth and giving us their best estimate. And I don't think it's the purpose of the board to dig into every penny of the budget.
Oh, I'm
in
not
order
talking
to-
about pennies. I'm talking about $2 million.
All right.
Okay?
Yes,
That-
but you would,
what you're talking about
but
is something
you
totally
would dive
different from what
down
I'm
into
talking about.
pennies. You would dive down into pennies, Stan. You're a very detail-oriented fellow. That's why I said that.
Okay.
Keep
Well,
in
I think
mind.
that was a compliment. I'm not really.
Yeah, I think
Kind
you
of a
got-
sideways.
yeah.
kind of sideways.
And it doesn't matter. I guess what I'm
Okay.
saying is, before we pass a 46% increase, I think we need to know what our expenses are and, and we need to investigate the option of anytime you have a capital investment that's going to last 20 or 30 years, you should bond for it. And that's the only way you can spread the cost
I
to the
disagree.
ratepayers over that period of time. It's the reason you do it.
Another thing we need to keep in mind is look at our reserve targets, where they are, what's happened to us and such in the reserves. We got to get back there where we have those reserves and we're tapping into them on a regular basis. So, I mean, I try to look at this, and say, okay, let's say the proposed rate increase goes to 7% across the board. What happens to that debt service ratio? If it goes to 6%, what happens to that, I'm sorry, debt coverage ratio? Each one of those moves affects something else. And by affecting that, it limits our ability to bond out a project. And I agree with David that I don't think we should be bonding out, grouping in all kinds of, we have a capital reserve that we need to get back where it was, and our depreciation is where that comes from. We fund our depreciation, and we got to continue to do that. And what the trouble is that there's not enough money there to keep up with the capital improvement requirements. If there's a big project, whether it be the wastewater treatment or the need for another tank, or God forbid, we got to modify our whole system because water is coming in from somewhere else. Those are huge things that would have to be bonded. I don't disagree with you. But I don't like to see us borrowing money to do regular capital replacements because we have a depreciation fund. Everything is held out in depreciation. We fund that depreciation. We should have money available. And if we don't, we need to fix that. Are you done, Stan? 'Cause I'm not going to get into more detailed comments.
The reason that our reserves are going down is because we're using cash capital. And that's what the whole purpose of that graph is when you use cash capital, your reserves go down.
The reason our reserves are going down is because our rates aren't high enough to provide the cash flow necessary to do the essential work.
It's a lot, yeah.
That's part of it, yes.
That is the reason.
But this slope right here that you're seeing even is a direct result of the cash capital spent in those years. It's just mathematics.
We're not disagreeing with you. The reason we're spending our reserves down is because we don't have enough income to cover the work that has to be done.
And
Has to be done.
we could equivalently do a debt capital expenditure, raise the rates so that we not only cover all of the debt service, but also increase the debt coverage ratio and not put a 46% rate increase on the public.
I
I
get
have
I'm confused at this 46%.
He's just adding
He's
up
adding everything
all the
together.
percentages
over.
up, yeah.
For 5 years.
Worst case scenario, what could happen?
Well.
But I guess what concerns me right now is, do you agree or disagree that we need a 4% increase this year on top of what we had projected just to cover our revenue? Do you agree or disagree?
No, I think if indeed the $4.4 million estimate for the admin stuff is correct,
Oh, okay.
then we probably do need to increase the current one from 8 to 12. That doesn't bother me.
Okay, and that's what concerns me is we've got to do something. This has been a very rare year. I know of over, what, 250 $600,000 worth that we've had stolen of electrical wire. We've been hit twice or 3 times this year.
4 times.
4 times we've been hit this year with theft, and they've wiped out our whole solar field. So that's got to be close to 300, 400,000. Am I incorrect or?
We're still waiting for all the estimates to come in, but on one site alone was over $60,000 in repairs.
For one site. So all this stuff has happened.
Yeah.
And so we've got to get this covered, because the last thing I want to see is this district not be able to afford something. And I want our staff to be able to perform the job that they can do and provide water to this community and get it done at the cheapest way we can. We're not making any money. We're not here to make money. We're here to provide water the cheapest we can. So I think we need to move forward as quick as we can. So Stan, if we could change it to, I don't know how Mark's plan works, but if we could send out a Prop 218, I don't care. We just do it for the 1 year, because I do anticipate that the district will be looking at a recycle water project, is my hope. And so we're going to have to do another study then, and then include that cost into our rate study. So if we only did a 1 or 2 year, I'm good with that.
Okay. If-
But I think we need to
if-
move forward.
If we have a 2-year plan and we only agree to 2 years, because I agree, we probably do need to raise, although we also need to understand where the numbers come from. I will not back off that. I feel part of my job is understanding the finances. Well, at least down to not pennies, but to the closest, like say $100,000. I think I need to understand that. All right, so I don't disagree that we need an increase, and 4% for 1 year is not unreasonable. But the way we then pay all the capital makes a big difference. It really does. And I will not go along with
So
a 46% increase
I
over
think we have
5
an
years.
adequate understanding of your objections. Do you have a proposal?
Yes, I do, thank you.
You have a motion to make?
No motion yet.
I would like to see the numbers worked as an alternate solution of pushing the capital expense from 26 into 27, 8, and 9, and bonding in 27 for $8.3 million or whatever we agree on is actually needed. I mean, I can't find it in the general plan.
I don't support your proposal.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't support yours, so I mean,
I'm just telling you, I don't support your proposal.
okay.
I'm doing some figuring here, guys. Bear with me.
One of the assignments that staff had was to look at all the capital expenditures that are coming up and to try to smooth
Mhm.
and push out what we could. And the things that, at least from an operations point, we're asking for are things we need now.
Right.
So,
And a reminder, every year that we bring up the budget, when we bring the budget for approval, is when even if these 5 rates are approved, you have the decision every year at budget time to say, no, we're not going to do that increase, and here's the impacts.
Ty, correct me if I'm wrong. Our total operating expense budget was somewhere in the neighborhood of 11.5 million about 3, 4, 5 years ago.
The 3 or 4, 5, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so, and that didn't include a GSA.
That did not.
So our total operating expense budget right now, if you take GSA out, is 13,760,000. If I do the math and divide out, I'll just call it 11,500,000. One more, hang on, one more zero.
Well,
So it's basically an increase of 19% over that number of years. Just considering that this year alone, what we've seen in the last year is, and I'm combining the 19.4% and the 13%, we see almost a 32% change. Meaning you got a 19.4% decrease in revenues and at least a 13% increase in costs. That's a huge amount. And to hold our total increase over X number of years since it was, because I remember being 11,500,000, I think probably 4 years ago.
Mhm.
And now, so we're basically, 19% over 5 years. That's pretty darn good considering inflation, and everything that's going on, and cost.
Yeah, we've really skinnied up what we can.
Yeah, I
There's a lot of
think that
things-
you had.
yeah.
And the other question I had real quick is, there's nothing in here about electric vehicles or charging stations. Is that correct, in this whole budget?
Nothing in there. Nope.
And that still may come down the pipe, correct? Okay.
Correct.
And the other comment I will make is, I, like anybody else, hate rate increases. Everybody does. But it's a fact of life, especially in the last 4 years, everything's increasing. Heck, I'm spending 15 grand more a year just on my own between insurances and food and everything else required. And it's killing us. But it's something that's got to happen, or we can't operate. I've always been proud of this district, because we have an infrastructure that's reliable. It's always been reliable. It withstood the earthquake, except for and things that had to be taken care of afterwards. We've always been financially solvent, so we're able to borrow the money when we need to borrow the money for a project. And I believe we need to stay there. And I don't like this. But it's something that we have to do. And with that, are there any other comments before I move on to comments from the public?
No.
Okay, so look, entertain comment. And I agree with you, Stan. I think we ought to will this down as far as we possibly can. I think that if we propose this, and any given year, if we instruct Ty that, hey, look at any given year to throw some numbers at us, and instead of doing an 8%, we do a 7 or a 6, we can do that. Don't forget, these are maximums. But I don't want to see us restricted to 2 years and come back and do this again in 2 more years. Let's just get it done. So with that, I'll open up to the public. If anybody in the public has something to say.
Grab the handheld mic.
Yeah. You have to hold it very up high.
Right there?
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay, well, that's gonna mess me up on going through this material, but do the best I can. Okay, restrict to just the very last part of the conversation, about this whole thing. I'll just point out that, at the very front end of the presentation, the Prop 218 guidelines were, set out that you have to be proposing a rate, whatever you're gonna charge. It has to be a service that's either right now or immediately available. Some of this that I see being projected in part of the rate increase, I could be wrong here. I couldn't quite understand this part, but when they threw in the recycled water plant, appeared to be looking forward towards the recycled water treatment plant, which is, that's not going to happen for a while. So any numbers that are thrown in towards building up cash reserves towards the recycle be part of this at this time.
Mike, there's none in here. Okay, there's not in here.
Oh, that would be future.
That would be
Two
future.
different analysis.
Right, 2 different analyses. He did an analysis showing if we did it, and but the typical analysis we're talking about doesn't include anything for wastewater.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, but I agree with you if we have to do it, yeah.
Discussion about, and what I did not see, and I had it noted, now I've got my pages mixed up, but I recall right, here we go. The admin cost, apparently, let me make sure that I got that either wrong or right. The legal expenses are folded into that line item in the budget.
Yes.
Correct.
As transparency to the public, I think that there should be a separate line item for legal expenses, because I don't know what those are. You had to have some discussion before that number came out. I think it was 2.5 million or something for this year. I may be wrong. That needs to be out there for the public to see, because we need to understand, what this GSA is costing us, and it's costing us that cost. We wouldn't be incurring that expense. We didn't have this legal lawsuit going on against the GSA and trying to get them on the right track or get them out of the way altogether. So I'd like to see that. Now, one thing I noted, and I can't see how this is not some kind of misassumption. It's on what was available to me is page 12 under the financial plan versus the current financial plan. And under volumetric review, it says the total water usage had a 10.5% decrease. The decrease yielded a 19.4% shortfall in revenue. Now, I don't understand that because it was stated that, well, this is because these high tier users reduced their usage. But they're only high tier users because they're getting charged the GSA, which is a pass through. So if it's a pass through, I don't understand why a 10.5% decrease does not end up being a 10.5% increase shortfall in revenue, which there's a big difference between 10 and 19. You got any
Mark,
for that?
that one page he's looking at, number 12, the volumetric revenue. I can understand a 10.5 decrease in water usage, and that translates to a 9.4% shortfall in revenue. That's just operating revenue, not GSA, because it's a pass-through? Yeah, it's on the page 12 of the charts I'm looking at. It's called 2022 financial plan versus current financial plan.
Right, right. So if you recall, the tier 2 rates is currently $7.46. It's really high compared to the tier 1 rates, which is $2. It's more than 3 times, almost 4 times as high as the tier 1 rates. And so when you have a reduction in revenue or a reduction in water sales from tier 2, it just has a very disparate, like, you know, a in this case 10% reduction in water usage, which is primarily in tier 2, is going to have a disproportionate impact on your finances just because of how high those tier 2 rates are. I feel like that's not quite answering the question though.
Yeah.
So the 19.4% decrease, yes, some of that would be the pass-through GSA fees. So that expenditure would decrease as well, but that just tells you how much our other expenses have increased when they have jumped 13%. And that includes a reduction in GSA payments.
Okay, I just think that statement's misleading. I think both categories, the decrease in water use and the decrease in revenue, to me are obvious. They're the same because your cost of providing water, we're charging the charges, and you know it's obvious on the back page, and that got mixed up. But anyway, we're charging everybody the same amount for the water, and the tier 2 guys get to charge the
Well,
5.
I guess I don't understand what you're saying, Mike. It's if my revenue, if money I have in my hand goes down by $20 any given month, but the amount I have to spend goes up $23, or I'm sorry, $33, then I'm $13 in the hole. That's how I'm seeing this. Basically, the amount of money we're bringing in is not in any way paying for the 13%. I see what you're saying. There's
I
probably
think the way you're
100
calculating it.
ways we could present that, but it still says the same thing.
Well, in my perspective, I think
Yeah.
that particular shortfall was being called. It's not a shortfall. It's not even there. But you're throwing in this $5-something for the tier 2 guys that are paying for the GSA fee. We're not paying that overall.
Yeah, well,
The user is paying that. The district does not have that as a expense.
Most of the shortfall falls in the high tier anyway.
The only thing there would be, I don't think my mic's working. I think there's just less revenue because we sold less units of water to those customers, but
Yeah.
the pass-through is the pass-through and it can't count as lost revenue for the
Exactly.
district. And I understand what
It's
you're
a
saying.
10.5%
Correct.
decrease in revenue, really, overall. So anyway, enough of that. Okay, just for as far as like, we all understand inflation that's been gone over and discussed. Everybody sees it every day. Down in the operating costs on the same page says operating costs gone up by 13%, and you know they threw in a 3% forecasted. Are we? In my mind, I'm looking for that 13% to be a future reality for no matter what administration's in charge, because we buried ourselves in a hole from past decisions in the years past. And, money system has its own momentum and its own operating, systems. And so we're going to look at 5 years ahead of time, then I think 13% is probably, unfortunately, what you're going to be looking at, which falls into just kind of this philosophical discussion that we've ended up having here. And do we bond for, high dollar expenses, or do we try to build up cash reserves? And in my house, I kind of build up cash reserves for things that I know I'm going to have to spend ahead of time. But some things I just, I'm just not willing to not spend and save ahead of time so much for the larger expenses to suffer the pain to provide for the future. And I think that's kind of what Stan is trying to say here is, with people are getting hit from all sides, everything that they buy is going up in price. And they feel, how many people from the public are here? 1 or 2 or 3. The rest of them pay their bill but they complain, oh, it went up, whatever. And you guys at Graces are not anywhere close to what SCE has gotten and PG&E has gotten. And there's no comparison. So if you did the comparison, you'd probably be happy, but most people don't see, they just see an increase. So transparency down to small details, I think, is important for people who want to go back and look. This stuff's all recorded. This meeting's recorded. Documents are available. People say, why am I getting charged this much? And they go back. We need to see the details, and we need to hear the discussion about, which way is the right way to go. Do we borrow for these big guy expenses, or do we sock cash away ahead of time, which means we charge the customer more in order to do that. And I think I tend to agree for stuff that we're looking at for very large multi-million-dollar projects, that we should try to bond for that. And if we have to face the fact that we can't see ahead of time very far, we should plan on doing a 218 every 2 years. Because who knows what 2 years is, it could be worse or it could be better. And it's saying, well, we're gonna do this percent increase every year, but we don't have to charge that. Well, when does that ever happen? If you set the income goal up here, spending tends to match that. It just, for whatever reason, I'm not going to place blame on people here for why it happens, but engineers have known that for forever. Computing needs match capacity. Give you a guy a bigger computer, it's going to use it all up. If you didn't have to, you'd be, operating in a line, detail code or something that takes up less memory, and you make it work. So forcing the district to have to make it work is my philosophy, is to go as skinflint cheap as you can go and be able to tell the customers, this is what we're doing. And then if you had to redo it every 2 years, I know you don't, like doing 218s every couple of years, but I think that looks a lot better to the public.
Thank you, Mike. Do we have any other comment? I see Judy's headed up there.
This is where, yes. I just have one short thing. I agree with Stan and I agree with Mike. I believe your general administration needs to be broken down for the public. I think they need to see what it's all about. Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ty, we do have numbers that, because I've seen them on our regular monthly budget meetings, or, I see that it's, you break down a lot of the expenses, but you want to break them down more, I understand.
What I think needs to be broken out is the adjudication expense, and under the adjudication expense, what needs to be broken out is the legal expense and your, I guess you would call it your technical expense. It's money you've already, I presume it's money you've already spent or will be ending the payment of that soon, but the public needs to know how much was spent on that. Thank you.
I don't disagree. Is there something we can do and then put on the website under budget finances where it's broken down more? You have those numbers, or can you work
Yeah,
Well,
we got the number.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with
Then we
that.
can have it for the public hearing as well.
And have it ready
We
for
do
public
that.
hearing? Okay, all right.
If
A
for
more
the rec-
detailed?
For the record, the gentleman with the long comments, that was Mike Neal.
Uh-huh.
He didn't introduce himself.
Oh,
when he got
that,
up there.
yeah, I didn't recognize him. No. All right, are we, from the floor, do we have any, or do I need to go to phones? Time for the phones. Do we have someone online?
Renee, unmute and go ahead.
Renee, are you there? She still got her hand raised.
If you're speaking, Renee, you're not being heard. You may be on mute.
Okay,
Away from keyboard.
I'll give her a moment more. Nothing? Renee, are you there? If you are, you're on mute. We can't hear you. I don't know if you can hear us. But obviously you can't. I'm going to move ahead, and if we do get her online, we'll go ahead and hear what she has to say. So if there's nothing else, I do also understand the urgency of this, Ty. We've talked about it before because of all the extreme costs that are coming in and where we are, and especially that the ratio is got to be addressed, because it scares the Jesus out of me that if all of a sudden we have something else major happen, that we're not in a position to look out for another bond right now. So with that, I'm gonna ask if there's a motion to set the public hearing date, 45 days. Is that correct, Jim? Is that what I want to ask? Officially set a public hearing date?
Yeah, start the 218 process, set the public hearing date, which will be based upon when we send it out and find a date.
Okay.
So,
Could I ask one question from Mark real quick? before-
Can I get a motion for that, and then a second, and we'll go back?
That motion.
Can I get a second? I'll second it then. Okay, do you have a question for Mark?
Well, I wanted to talk, but I wanted to make a motion also, but I wanted to ask Mark if I could look at the 25 and 26 rates, if he could pull that up for us real quick.
Sure, I think it's easier for you guys to control the.
Oh, is it? Okay.
What slide is it?
It just showed the increases for this year and next year.
Oh, it's like that almost that last page, wasn't it? The proposed rate
the-
schedule?
The actual rates or the percentages?
This is the percentages I wanted to see, so
Okay,
We were
okay, so
at-
that would be slide 11. on my
12 and
deck.
10. Okay.
Yeah.
I would just like to see us do those 2 years and then do another rate study would be my suggestion. Because I believe a lot's going to change, and I think it's imperative that we get the right now done. We've got to do it.
So your motion would be to schedule another another rate study in 2 years.
Yeah, do our hearing in 45 days on fiscal year 25, 26 at these rates, and then do another rate study in 2 years.
I want to ask the question to Ty. What does that do that in the next year or two, we are looking to bond something out, but we don't have any proposed increases at that time? Does that affect finding bonds, borrowing money?
It does. They want to see a long-term plan.
They want to see a long-term plan.
A couple years, I mean, yeah, the more years out you have, the better it looks.
And
so they
better
know
rate you'll
that you're
get?
gonna
Okay.
Maintain those rates.
So keep that in
And-
mind.
If we're doing one in 2 years, we'll actually have to start the process probably in another 18 months.
Yeah. So do you want to modify do we want to let this motion and second die and bring back another motion?
Well, what concerns me
Or do you-
is going into the whole, are we approving this one through 25 through 32? Is that?
Basically, it's
Through 29.
through 29, but I see no reason why you can't propose another study just like this one
At
in
any
any
time,
number of
at
years,
any
1 year,
time.
2 year, or 3 year.
At any
Yeah.
time. And I agree with Mr. Neal.
Yeah,
The 8% is probably going to be low, with inflation and the way.
Yeah,
everything's
we don't know
going
where
right
it's
now.
going to go depending on the election I shouldn't say anything, but where we're going to head with it. But,
Bad.
so we could modify the motion saying with the understanding that we can revisit another rate study in a minimum of 2 years
I'm
if
good with that.
requested.
I'm good with that.
Can we do that, Jim? Just add that to the motion? Or are we going too far?
So the motion as, Chuck, it's your motion, is that right?
Well, it basically,
Motion's already out.
yeah, the motion we have already out is the Prop 218 requirement of a 45-day notice for a public hearing. But what Chuck wants to add to do, I guess,
He wants to amend it.
he wants to amend it to add uh,
2 year.
the consideration of another rate study in 2 years. In other words, what I'm saying, we're going to do the rate study, we want to be able to look at it and say, just like we did this one. There's nothing different than what we did now.
That's correct. So if,
Or do we want to,
are you still proposing the 5-year rate study?
yes.
You can put language in there that says you have the opportunity to review it in 2 years, but it's not necessary because you already have.
We can do it.
We're doing it right now.
Okay.
Unless you want to set a hard date, there's no reason.
No,
to
I
add the
I
language.
think what we do is we make it clear when we do have the public hearing that we will do that. I mean, we're proof we're doing it. We're doing it now. You see what I'm saying?
And what I also want to get proof out there is, Mr. Neal made a comment that once it's in there, it's always going to get charged. And I know several years where the district did not charge that because we were meeting.
That's right.
So
I
I
recall.
want to make sure that that's stated, that there's been several times we did not do an increase. That would have been in 16, 17, I believe.
Yes.
And again in 19.
Yeah.
The rate increases were about 3% at that time, but I know there are multiple occasions where the board made that determination.
So,
Our fixed fee is currently like $50.
Microphone stand. Microphone stand.
Microphone.
microphone stand.
January of 26, it's going to go from 50, which is now, to 60. And we already had something like, what was it, last August, 80 people that we had to turn off their water because they couldn't afford the water. My feeling is $60 a month. Fixed fee is not affordable to
It's going to,
any members of our.
where do you see 60, Stan? I see it on a 1-inch meter, but not the 3/4-inch meter.
January on page 17,
Yeah, for the 3/4-inch meter.
for a 3/4 inch meter, the total is.
Oh, 49, yeah, including
61.18.
arsenic. It's going from 49 to 55, yeah.
Right, and then 1 year later, January of 26, which is what, 14, 15 months from now, it's gonna go to 61. And I didn't like having to turn off water to 80 people in August. Quite frankly, I thought that was sad.
Well, what motion do you want to
This
make,
is
Chuck?
not gonna help.
I'm confused.
You have a motion in a second.
Yeah, I have a motion and a second on the package as it stands.
Okay.
And then I don't think anybody in the board disagrees that at any time we can request that we can modify the rate study and come back and look at it again.
I
Is
think
that true? Yes. Okay,
That is
Renee,
correct.
we got you. What do you have?
Okay, the charts that you were showing with the capital projects, that includes the Northwest Transmission Line, correct?
Correct.
In this new budget?
It's, yeah, it's in there for fiscal year 25.
Okay, and so
We're in.
with all these projections, you need a 4% increase for this next year. And then the charts that I saw were like from going all the way to 2029. I calculated my own water bill and it's going to double by 2029. And I kind of think people are going to be really upset with, if you do this water study to that far out. I would agree with just doing like 2-year plan. I just think it's too hard on the public.
Well, actually, it's not a 4% increase, it's a 4% increase over the existing increase. So the total is 8%. Pardon me. Math,
Okay.
math, I think says 12. By second time, I think I got it right, 12%, 8% plus the increase in 4%. So it's not a 4% increase. The total is 12.
And that's over, what is it, 5 years till 2029, or
No,
The
it's,
math.
it's just this coming January.
it's gonna be a 12% increase?
One increase of 12% this January.
Okay. But then you're gonna increase it again the next year, right?
Oh, yeah, that's guaranteed.
So
The
I don't,
costs are going up. I'm not arguing that we don't need more revenue. We need more revenue. The question is, how much do we need? Do we have the facts to support it? And how do we get it? Whether it be cash capital or debt capital. So we need more. I mean, the costs are going to go up, Renee.
no, yeah, I understand that because I've been watching the budget every month and we're always in the hole. We're always down what we're supposed to be taking in. And then I brought that up at a few other meetings and they said, oh, it's gonna eventually catch up because, you know, the rates are gonna just keep increasing every year and we'll be caught up, but it doesn't sound like it's getting to that point.
So two issues. There's a unanticipated jump in the cost of insurance and associated costs. And the other is that there was what should have been an anticipated drop in water usage. Instead of assuming that water usage was going to remain the same, the assumption from the last study should have been that the water usage was going to drop because historically it has done so.
So basically the costs are going up and then the revenues are going down even further because you don't have the water sales that you were planning on, correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so you're getting like two negatives at once. The
Yes.
increase in cost, so you have to do this new rate study. But I guess I would agree with the prior speakers that maybe it's better just to do a 2-year thing and then reassess.
And I think we're agreeing to that. What we're determining is, do we need to put it in this motion?
Okay,
And I'm going to leave that up to, if it's something Chuck.
I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah,
Because here we are 2 years later, we are reevaluating what happened before, and we could even reevaluate our rates.
There's no question you have
frequently.
the ability to perform a rate study before the 5-year ends, whether it's in the motion or not.
that's right. Just like we can visit each of these increases to say, like we're visiting it now, it's not enough, so we had to do the rate study to increase it. But if we want to decrease it, we're capable of doing it. But I don't disagree with Mike either. In any organization I've ever seen, when you put percentage in place, they usually don't go away. We have a few times, I agree with you, Chuck. I remember, or at least 3 times I know we didn't take the increase. Okay, so all that's available, but I'm not sure what you're asking. You want it in the motion? Do you not want it in the motion? Okay.
Motion already?
Okay, all right.
Take a quick
I'm not sure
input on
Renee's
that.
done.
What's that?
You could, really quick input
Yeah.
I realized about for a second time. You could just all agree to pass a resolution at the next meeting that you're gonna do this in 2 years, and then the public saw, we're happy. The few, 2 or 3 of the public even had anything to say about it, then it's all set in concrete that you're gonna do it again in 2 years. It's simple resolution. You don't have to do it tonight.
A second resolution
Yeah,
tonight that says we'll have a hard date for another rate study.
I think he's saying,
Yeah, I don't.
I think he's saying at the public hearing, when we approve this rate study, we could also introduce another resolution saying that in 2 years, we will do another rate study if necessary.
We have to go to a study.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I don't see. I don't
Whether it's
see why
tonight
not.
or once we pass this. So let's move on with the motion we have, which was,
Renee, you're done.
Renee, are you done with your questions? Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Dave, for reminding me. I get wrapped up in
I
this.
know.
So how do you read the
nothing was
motion now,
modified on
Jim?
the-
Where
on the
are we?
motion,
We're just basically Prop 218.
Motion is to start the Prop 218 process on a 5-year rate study.
Okay.
And set the public hearing date for
Okay.
45 days based on the date of mailing.
All right. So at this particular point, the date of mailing, it looks like it's planned for no later than November 19th. Is that correct, Ty?
Yes.
And then the public hearing
29th.
would be for January 13th.
29th. No later than.
I'm sorry,
the
November
29th.
29th. Yes. And then no later than. And of course, that determines the public hearing date, which will probably be in January anyway.
Yeah, we've got it scheduled for the same.
It's 45 days.
January board meeting.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second. So with that, I'm going to call for the vote.
My computer's blank, Jason. Oh, now it came up.
There you go. You had it tiny.
Yep, he's good now.
I opened mine up, so it was all gone. I had to squeeze it back down again. I couldn't see anything. Did you submit?
Oh, hit submit. Oh,
Received, right?
oh, it had to wake me up.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine.
It was Stan's.
Okay. There you go. We're waiting for the submit.
Do you sabotage this?
Maybe.
Your fingers were better on this. Okay. The motion passes 3-1 with Mr. Rator being the only no vote at this time. But I still request, Ty, that you do break down the best you can and we
Absolutely,
have it ready. Okay. Thank you.
I can too, if you want, we can update that slide.
Yeah.
So we'll post it on the website. So it'll be
Exactly.
there.
Anything you can to be as
Yeah.
transparent as you cause with those costs, because I agree
Absolutely.
with Judy and Mike and Stan on all that.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, thank you,
you.
Mark. I think we're done, unless you want to stay for the rest of the meeting.
Okay, appreciate the
Thanks.
offer. Take care.
Thank you. All right.
Bye.
Okay, deep breath. Let's move on to current business and committee reports. The consent calendar, approval of the board meeting minutes and accounts payable disbursements, approval of the minutes from September 9th, 2024 regular board meeting, and approval of accounts payable disbursements. Do I hear a motion to approve the
I'll
consent
make a
calendar?
motion to approve the consent calendar.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Is there any comments from the board or the public? Already hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Hey,
Polling closed.
are you
What?
are you never mind. I was going to make a comment, but I won't. We are not in Georgia or Pennsylvania. Okay, who are we still waiting on? Come on, Stan.
Oh. Just say wake up. All right.
There, you got it. You got it. Motion passes. Thank you. All right, we're on to, gosh, I'm sort of lost here. We're on to item 10,
Bravo.
10 Bravo, correct?
Yep.
Plant and Equipment Committee, acceptance of contract work from Onstott Construction, temporary pavement replacement. And I take it this is, are you
I
holding the
did
weight
my
down there?
best.
How's your voice
I
today?
still have laryngitis.
Oh,
for 2
no.
weeks now.
Okay.
I
We'll
guess
all be
it's-
quiet.
It's a new post-COVID thing, I guess. I don't know. Okay, there's a memo in there. So they've been working for a couple years on the same contract. They've done work in the amount of $402,489.15. And we are holding retention of $20,124.46. I have gone out and spot checked their work and haven't found any issues at this time. We're probably going to do things a little different next time, but nevertheless, I am recommending that we accept the work, and then we will be going out to bid again here in the next couple months.
Okay, and please note that the committee is recommending approval of the completing that contract. So with that, do I have any comments from the board or the public? Okay, hearing none, I'll ask for a motion to accept the contract work performed by Onstott Construction in the amount of $402,489.15.
So move.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
With that, I'll call for the vote. I think your screen's just touchy, isn't it, Stan? There you go.
Mhm.
Thank you. The motion passed with 4 yeses and Mallory Boyd is absent. Okay, B2, approval to purchase 1,500 ultrasound meters for services within the AD 871 boundaries. Staff will report on this, and I just want to make a note that the committee also recommended approval.
Okay, so Assessment District 87-1 was set up when some of the properties out in Ridgecrest Heights, the water system out there was either sold or taken over by the water district. Improvements needed to be made to that area. So work as well as a bond was issued to cover those improvements. All said and done, the bond and debt has been retired, and there is remaining funds within that assessment district that can only be used for improvements within that assessment district. So what you have before you is a quote for about for 1,500 of the new ultrasonic meters that we can purchase with that surplus funds and install in that area.
And the basis here is we have to spend the money there in that area.
Yeah, it can only
Okay.
be spent
All
there.
right. Any questions from the board on this one? The public?
Yes, Mike Neal. So based on this as a assessment district 87, when I assume the infrastructure work done there was done in 87. Is that accurate? So the meters that were put in at that time are now coming on close to 40 years old.
Yep.
And the normal life of a meter is,
20 years.
15 to 20. Yeah.
Yeah.
so you're typically so you have not replaced meters there in
We've
all that time?
We've replaced meters that have been stuck there over time. How many that is, I'm not sure. But
Okay. But
when they fail, we do replace them.
So I guess I'm fishing for the largest percentage of them already been replaced like 20 years ago or.
I don't know, we found that not the largest percentage of our meters have been replaced. We're still pulling some out from the 80s and
Okay.
70s.
All right, so yeah, so it sounds like they need to go anyway.
Yeah.
I was looking at the possibility of just refunding the money to the customers, but you know, they're probably gonna have to replace the meters in any case. In the case that people find out this is going on and their neighbor gets his replaced and the other one doesn't, how do you how do you deal with that? Do you just say, well, we'll go ahead and shell out and catch everybody? As an assessment district, how many people are in that district? You're talking about doing 1,500 meters.
That about covers all of them. There may be a couple that aren't, and we won't replace the newest ones, but I believe that'll cover a large percentage of them.
Okay, all right.
And of course, these are the new meters. There's no moving parts in these things, correct?
Correct,
They're
yeah.
ultrasonic, there's
Yeah.
no moving parts and they're
Much more
far more
reliable.
accurate
And there's not a
at low
charge
flows.
to the customer when we change out the meter
Right.
Right.
ever, so, yeah.
Okay. Any more discussion on that? Would someone like to make a motion to approve the
So moved.
purchase? So moved.
Or second.
And Stan made the
moved
motion,
and
Chuck
Chuck
made the
seconded.
second. I'll call for the vote. And the motion passes. Thank you very much. Item number 3 under plan equipment, surplus equipment list. Staff will present a list of surplus equipment for approval. And again, this was recommended by the committee that we approve this to go out as surplus sales. So if you all have the list in front of you, it's mostly office
Mostly office stuff.
office stuff.
We're
Yeah,
not using, may have some value.
yeah.
So we list it. Hopefully it sells. If it doesn't, we donate.
Is it something that if it doesn't sell, I mean, I know we're required to try to do surplus sales on, but if it doesn't sell, is it something that the schools might be interested in?
We've reached out to the schools, DART.
And they
all
don't.
sort, and
Usually not. Okay,
I reviewed the list and I'd like to make a motion to accept selling it.
Thank you.
It is surplus.
and I'll make the second to that. And if there's no any discussion from the board, from the public, hearing nothing, we'll call for the vote on that. Motion passes. Thank you. And we'll move on to current business. Approval of the reimbursement agreement with the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority for district services in connection with the IWVGA Redemacher Consolidation Project. So is that, we're gonna let Jim handle that.
I'll go
Save
ahead.
your voice
I'll
down.
give Renee the,
Yeah.
you'll recall that we talked about this, I believe, at the last board meeting. Board's aware that the district is working with the GA, whereby the district is going to perform all the work for what's called the Rademacher consolidation. It's going to be done in 2 phases. And we've, the reimbursement agreement, which says that the GA will reimburse the district for all of our labor, materials incurred in completing the project, and through the grant funds. And it's set up for both phases. It's a very simple project. It's already been assumed by the GA. I believe there's a copy in the board package, and we're just looking for board approval of that. So when everybody's ready to go, we can start the work.
What was the total amount on it? I don't have one in front of me.
I believe the first phase is around $1 million. No,
200.
No, like 270,000.
the second phase is about 1.2.
Okay, and it's all included in this reimbursement agreement?
Yeah, the
Okay.
GA has funds for
Okay.
everything other than right now funds for the actual hookup to the house. But they're looking for funds outside of the grant to get that. So, and we will only do work that we will be reimbursed for.
Okay, and Renee, you agree with the cost and pricing?
Yeah, I put together the phase 1 and
Okay.
then I worked with Canis on the phase 2 pricing.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? Do I hear anything from the public? No calls?
I'll make a motion to move forward with signing the agreement.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. With that, I'll call for the vote. And it passes unanimously. And I'm sure glad we're doing this. It's good that those people out there, especially ones we heard from, are going to see some relief. So we need to move ahead on it. Okay, with that, we'll move on to C2, approval of funding agreement with the State Water Resources Control Board for Hometown Water Association Consolidation Project.
I'll keep rolling.
Go ahead, keep rolling. That's yours.
So this is, we've actually done this one time previously. You know that the district has 2 consolidations that are underway, one for Dune 3 and
Yeah.
the other for Hometown Water. We have just received the funding agreement for the Hometown Water project. This is the agreement that we discussed in detail when we were looking at it for the Hometown Water consolidation. This is agreement that says if we accept the sign the funding agreement, set the project, that the district will be required to complete the project, even if the state funds dry up. We went through great length to try to have that changed, and really where we ended up is before you approve the Dune 3 funding agreement, and you did, and this is pretty much the same agreement. We did receive assurances. They were verbal assurances from higher ups in the State Border Department that they've never, ever been able to not pay for consolidation that they've entered into an agreement for. So he doesn't see it as an issue, but it is in the contract. So
Okay.
we're not allowed to change the contract, so we're looking for approval, and this is the one from Hometown that we discussed quite in
Dune 3.
detail.
Dune 3.
Dune 3, my apologies.
Yeah, that we went ahead with, yeah. And this isn't any different, really.
It's from the same grant, everything.
Same grant, everything. Are there any other questions or concerns with the board?
This is a new thing for the state, is it not?
It-
I
well-
would gladly pay you Tuesday for a adoption today.
Well, one of the reasons that we
We
tried to
still have money Tuesday?
One of the reasons we fought so hard is because some of our other clients, and they were a little bit further back, and maybe that's why, but they did receive consolidation grants that were guaranteed. Or if the money went away, the public agency was not required to complete the project. I think what you're seeing is in today's financial world, they're not willing to make that commitment. They want to see the projects completed.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Renee, any bills or anything with this goes straight to the state, correct?
Correct.
So the state pays these directly. Okay.
Well,
Well,
it'll
There-
be kind of a reimbursement. I mean, we're gonna be doing,
We're doing the work.
we've done some work
oh, we're going to
already.
do the work. That's right. Yeah.
We've done like some surveying and we've already done.
But we'll
some-
be billing the state.
Yes.
So I was thinking if you had a contractor come and do it, then they would be billing the state. But
That,
we're
the
doing the
Dune
work.
3 will be that way.
Okay, Dune 3, okay. We'll be that way. Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. The rest of the board have any? Anything for the public?
A quick refresh on the cost of the project. What was it?
Oh, was it,
Phase 1 was 200,000.
no, this is different.
Okay.
Hometown.
Oh, gosh. No, hometown was a lot less. Yeah, it's like a 600-foot pipeline. It's not a very big project.
Oh,
12 connections total.
okay. So when, I'm just gonna say, when the state defaults and doesn't shell out, it won't hurt that bad. Because that's the only reason I see for them wording the contract in this kind of way is like, so, well, you guys signed, you agreed, we're not gonna pay, so you get to shell out. But if it's not a ton of money, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know what not that bad is, but if it's.
It'd be a kick in the stomach, but, but
It's less than Rademacher,
I want to say it was,
which was like 1,000 feet at 270,000. So
yeah.
I don't know what that means in dollars, but
We're
1,000
saying,
feet is.
yeah.
It was less.
It was maybe a quarter of a million.
It's like 143 or something.
Nah.
Well, I'm just looking at how much the cost.
should be more than $200,000.
Yeah,
Well,
still $200,000, yeah.
all right.
Okay, thank you.
I haven't concur with Mr. Neal on this one. I think it's when the state defaults, not if. They're bankrupt.
You know,
38 billion plus dollar deficit.
they just keep adding taxes to us to pay for that. Anyway, I'm looking for a motion to approve the funding agreement with the State Water Resource Control Board for the Hometown Water Association Consolidation Project.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. With that, I'll call for the vote. And it passes unanimously with the board members here. Thank you. Boy, we're getting a lot of work to them. George took a day off that, doing all kinds of things. All right, board consideration of amendment to the IWVGA Joint Powers Agreement. Board to consider an amendment to the GA-JPA eliminating the requirement that alternate directors be elected members of their governing body. Is either Chuck or Jim, do you want to fill us in on this?
I don't care.
Yeah, you can
I
do
don't mind. A request was made to allow a non-elected official to be one of the big three as an alternate. I believe the Director Peters had actually referenced that his wife was pregnant and he did not have an alternate right now because District 2 supervisor was his, which that seat is vacant. So he was concerned about making the meeting. So they have requested that a non-elected official, member of staff could be appointed as an alternate for one of the big three. And currently the JPA reads that one of the big three need to be an elected official to be the representative, correct?
Yeah, the Joint Powers Agreement, which formed the JPA, says the primary and alternate directors for the County of Kern, Indian Wells Valley Water District, and the City of Ridgecrest shall be elected members of their governing bodies. So there's been, the desire is to amend the Joint Powers Agreement to allow the alternate member to not be an elected official.
Thank you.
And in order to amend the JPA, it requires the consent of all of the legislative bodies of the general members. So this is not a situation where Chuck can just agree with the motion. This is a motion that has to go in front of the entire Indian Wells Valley Board and then the other 4 general members as well. So it's up for your discussion and decision.
I'll go ahead and start because I'm ready for this one. Basically, I feel that they need to be elected members. There's no doubt about it. They're representing the people that they represent. Number 2, just because that district seat isn't filled, there's an election coming up here, correct? So it won't be long before it is filled. And thirdly, if for some reason one of the big three can't be there or their alternate be there, there's no reason that the meeting can't continue. And if it happened to be the chair, it could be the vice chair, however. So I think they're very well covered. I've never liked the idea of non-elected officials in any of those positions. So I can't agree with taking any of the top 3 or the main 3 and changing that. So that's how I feel about it.
Okay, I agree with the president. Don't appear to be any conditions for this other than the supervisor's wife is pregnant. There's no time limit on it. And I think we already, time limit on her pregnancy, but not on this change. I think it's a move in the wrong direction. I think that these offices should be filled by people who are elected officials. I actually think that the Groundwater Authority, you should have to be elected to that board as well. It's become obvious that to me, in any case, that staff already has too much influence, and I would not like to see staff members of various organizations standing in for the directors. I think if you're an elected official, you need to get up there on the dais and you need to face the heat. And if you can't make a meeting, well, they'll carry on without you. So I don't believe we should support such a modification.
Thank you, sir. Stan, do you have any comments?
Yes, I was the Water District Board member for 2 years. During that time frame, of course, now a lot of it was during COVID, so that is a little bit of a irregularity, but during that time frame, the primary representative from Inyo and San Bernardino counties made 0 meetings. The alternate ended up being the primary for all practical purposes. And from what I can recollect, understanding that I'm a little older than some of you boys, I don't recall any of the alternates actually showing up in person. They were always in video communication. So my feeling is we did the wrong thing originally, and 2 wrongs don't make a right. There are 5 supervisors in Kern County. For not any of the 5 being available for any meeting, I don't see that as really something that's logical. They can have their meetings at night, or they can have it after. They don't have to have it on one special day. They can have a special meeting. There's any number of ways they can get around the problem. I don't see having additional staff members playing a bigger role as being a solution. We already have a big enough problem. We've got too much staff involved now. So in other words, short story, I agree with the 2 people who spoke.
Thank you.
Before me.
Chuck, any comments?
I have a couple comments. Being sympathetic, and I understand the request and why they want to do it. Lack of a quorum seems to be the problem. And I have to attend the meetings early. I'm not welcome in closed session, but the meeting cannot start without me being there because we would not have a quorum. So what I believe needs to happen is keep the elected official as one of the big 3, but I think that we need to push to have San Bernardino County and Inyo County attend these meetings in person, so there's always a quorum, no matter if one of those representatives can't be there, we always have a quorum, but too many times it's a phone call and they attend not in
Right.
person. And I think if you're on that board, I think all
You need to be
five
present.
should be there in person every month. If you miss, you still have a quorum. But I see exactly what's happening when I'm there each month because normally there's 3 people there and 2 call in. So if
Okay.
one's gone, the meeting cannot start.
That's right.
So that's been the
Yeah.
issue. So
But it-
I think the issue is deeper than just having an alternate not in place. It's not having a full board that attends the full meeting. And I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
So that's what I would like to see.
So with that, do I have any comments from the public?
Judy Decker. I would like to echo what Stan and David and you said, Ron. It's essential to have an elected official there. And I agree that you should get the two, the little two, I guess I should say, since we're talking about the big 3. You should get the little two to show up in person. We have never seen Mr. Itmeyer's face.
Yeah, you're right.
He has never been there. Mr. Vallejo comes once in a while. He's sitting in, I believe, for Matt Kingsley, if he's still the supervisor of the Southern District of Inyo County. He came a couple of times, said nuts with this, and he sends a staff person. It needs to be an elected official. And Mr. Peter's wife is due the middle of November, so that issue will go away.
Yeah.
And I agree with the comment that there are 3 other supervisors to Kern County that could show up, even if the drive takes a little longer.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Anybody on the phone? Do you have something to say there? I'm sorry?
No,
We do
only that Chairman Peters has stated that his wife's pregnant and that it would assist him, but to be fair, the staff also says it's because of the distances that need to be traveled by the directors, which is another point, and then of course the quorum, as Chuck noted. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Did you say we had someone in line?
Renee, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the reason why, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I think the reason why we're in this situation is because of the huge distances and, the fact that we have to have all these counties involved. And I don't really know what the solution is, but maybe a requirement that the elected official has to attend so many meetings in person a year and they can't send the alternate, all the time, year after year after year. But I think there needs to be some leeway for situations because of distance. Some consideration given because of the traveling the other counties have to do to get to the meeting in person. Mr. Vallejo has been, in my opinion, a very good alternate. He showed up to quite a few of the meetings. I mean, he's usually online or whatever. It's the San Bernardino County representative we've never seen. I don't know. I think there needs to be some leeway given to allow possibly a non-elected alternate, but I think the actual member needs to show up so many times a year. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. I think the ultimate answer, it ought to be an elected body, but that's just my opinion.
Jim, could Kern County just drop out of the GA? I mean, if it's going to be an inconvenience, maybe they don't have any interest. They just, shouldn't come at all.
Any general member could drop out of the GA.
I would like to point out that the distance from Bakersfield to Ridgecrest is exactly the same as it is from Ridgecrest to Bakersfield when citizens are so concerned with what the County Board of Supervisors is doing that they go over to a supervisors meeting and they don't get mileage.
That's right. Point taken. Thank you, Judy.
Mr. Itmeyer, it's not Itmeyer, it's Itmeyer, is a staff person, by the way.
That's right.
So I hope you vote with the majority of your opinion tonight.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else? With that, Jim, how do we want to handle this? Are we going to make a motion to reject, a motion to accept? What?
It would be nice to put something in the record so the other members are aware of what's going on. And so, maybe a motion to have the JPA remain the same with respect to the requirement that the big three be elected officials, both primary and alternate members.
I move that the JPA remain unchanged.
Or that would work.
A second.
With that, oh, he really wanted a second.
Stan
No,
thirds that.
that's okay. I'm going to call for the vote. Of course, that says amendment to the GA. It should say no amendment. Yeah. So my finger worked faster than my brain did. But we want to make sure that's very, very clear. And we voted to have the JPA remain the same with no changes as to elected officials representing the big three.
You're voting on the motion, not on what's.
That's right. Yeah, right. Good. Thank you. All right. With that, we're going to move into item D. We're setting a record tonight. Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority.
I didn't see the results of the vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's 4.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Didn't announce them either, but it was unanimous with the board members present. With that, we'll go into the Groundwater Authority. Chuck, do you have anything interesting to say?
Yeah, it was an interesting meeting. I did make the comment, just so you guys are all aware. It's really inconvenient for the public and not being able to go into closed session. It's frustrating to get there at 10 o'clock and then have the meeting started and then be told, we'll be out at 11 o'clock. And the public sits out there and I hear everything the whole time. And if it's 11:30, if it's 12 o'clock, if it's 12:30, the public's frustrated and they've taken off work.
Right.
There's people that have set their schedules around trying to watch it at 11 o'clock. So I requested that out of consideration for the public, that if the closed session goes past 11 o'clock, that they adjourn it at 11 o'clock, if that's their meeting start time, and then go back into closed session after the open session is over. That way the people in the public know when the meeting's going to start and they can plan their day. There was no response
Yeah, I
to
heard
that.
crickets on that. Nothing.
There was no answer, but I did request that and I would like to see that happen because there was 10 or 12 people there. There wasn't a lot, but the ones that were there were frustrated. And last month it was.
Oh, it was horrible
1:30,
last
2
month.
o'clock. And so
yeah.
it just,
There are people watching it on video.
As well,
that have
yeah.
the Same issue.
correct.
I keep having to bother George to find out whether it started or not.
So I did request that and I hope that they will consider that. But
Yeah.
They should
we'll see
consider
when
it.
the agenda comes out this month.
Okay.
We also talked, they went to recycled water. They gave a presentation on recycled water, again, to show how expensive it was and it was not feasible, according to the plan. I informed them that the district was very interested in working on a recycled water project and that our engineers were currently looking and our staff went and recently toured a facility. And that was basically where I left it. They did come up with some numbers that I disagreed with. they were, they gave a chart and it showed like 33,000 acre feet of water, I believe was the number that was going to be the demand. But it didn't break it down into as a groundwater sustainability plan. So it projected, in my opinion, the wrong message to the public, that it was unfeasible because it was only going to give us 1,500 acre feet and it gets
We need
33,000. It
yeah.
wasn't even putting a dent
Exactly.
in the chart. So it frustrated me a little bit and I lost my words because I was trying to go back through our presentation so I could get that question asked, but I did not get it out. So then they went into the update on the
GSP.
the GSP.
Right.
And then they used the real numbers and
Yeah.
it showed it was, 7,700 or 8,000 or something, and we
Whatever.
were short a few. And so it was kind of misleading. And so that's how I felt.
Yeah.
But they did their update. I asked some questions and then they didn't like my questions. Phil got upset at me. So
Yeah, I heard your remarks and
yeah,
I think it's going to go down in history.
yeah. So I'll try to refrain from making those comments, but I was frustrated that I'm very concerned about the water in this valley and our citizens, and I want to make sure that we're doing it for the most cost-effective price that we can get them water for, and I do not want to see a project and just going down a rat hole just to do it. I want to make sure that we're doing the right thing for this valley. And so that was my questions, and that's what I was focused on. I asked questions about, where they did their samples and
Oh, I heard,
looking
yeah.
at their new models. And then
What,
he accused me of using the water district's data and was I using that information? And I said, I didn't say anything about the water district. I'm only talking about from personal experience
Right.
where I went out and looked at streams. I went and looked at stuff. I measured wells
Yeah,
on my personal time.
can't do
So-
that.
So that went there. And then,
Can I make a comment?
yep.
I don't believe that Mr. Hall is a member of the board, and I don't believe that we answer to Mr. Hall. I just would refuse to engage with his questions. He has no authority to ask you a question or demand answers.
Chuck made that statement.
I made that
He did make
statement
that
in
statement.
the meeting in
Yeah.
public. I told him that I would like to hear from my board, my fellow board members, not from legal. I did not ask a legal question.
Okay, when I say, if he's asking you questions and that has nothing to do with his area, just don't answer him. Just leave a silence. There's no reason to answer him. And if he demands you answer, tell him I don't answer to you. You're not a member of the board. You're speaking out of turn, Mr. Hall, would be a good answer.
Chuck, do you have any more?
I really don't. There wasn't a whole lot.
I think you did a good job to sit there and take the beating you did. And I know I know what it's like. So I think you did a good job. I truly appreciate it. And I truly believe you're concerned for the people in this valley, for good water at a reasonable price. With that, I'm going to take my chance as president. And over the last couple of weeks, there's been misrepresented statements made by public officials and or staff. And I'm going to go through those because I think it's important the public understands them. One, the studies conducted by the Indian Wells Valley Water District, such as Water and Storage, AVEC. Now, these aren't actual quotes, they're paraphrases. AVEC pipeline costs and safe yield are fake news or incorrect. I want to straighten that out. Why in the world would the Water District or any of the participating scientists create fake reports? No questions have yet to been asked to this Water District or anybody about the reports, which we would give consideration to if some questions were asked. So none have been asked. So to sit here and say it's fake news and incorrect is a flat out, I don't know what the word I want to use. I don't want to get like you, Chuck. It's a gross mischaracterization. Number two, I have here, the Indian Wells Valley Water District is working to keep commercial farming in the valley. I believe this board has stated numerous times that commercial farming is short-lived in this valley, that it's going to be leaving. And I know the exact date's not determined yet, but I think it's around 2040. To sit there and say that we are trying our best to keep them here, it ought to be we're trying our best that they get the water rights that they have. That's what it's all about. Number three, this one really got me. The farms here pump 3 times the total of all other pumpers in the valley. And it was said like this, 3. According to the 2023 Groundwater Authority production reports, the total pumping for 2023 was 19,141 acre feet. Of that amount, farming was 8,107 and all other was 11,034. This is hardly 3 times. Where does that stuff come from? How do they even make those kind of statements, but for no other reason than to frighten the public? The Indian Wells Valley Water District had agreed to finance the 5-year, $25 million replenishment fee. The district never made a promise like this. Just, the district had to reserve its ability to borrow funds in the future for unforeseen infrastructure projects, such as the Northwest Pipeline. If we had actually done that, we would put the district in jeopardy, but no way was anything in writing, none of it agreed. We just said we weren't going to do it. I'll bring up the recent pumping charts that were displayed over Chuck's head, showing over 33,000 acre feet of water being pumped in this valley. I believe it said it used 2070 for the through. Yeah, these numbers are incorrect, in as much they assume large commercial farming will remain and that all pumping will be as reported in the courts in either pre-filings or initial disclosures. Either way, the numbers were all wrong. It doesn't take into account water rights will be awarded and that the total must be within the court's accepted safe yields, whether it be 14.3 or whatever. So to put up nothing but a scare tactic in terms of that chart was very misleading to the public. I think it's just wrong. And then I have to do a shout out. I want to do a shout out to Michael Smith of the Daily Independent. He took the time to report correct yearly pumping amounts as reported by the GA. He said it's roughly 20,000. The number was 19,140, but before he was reporting 33,000 acre feet. He corrected that. A shout out to the DI for getting there. Also, Michael Smith, he took the time to research Indian Wells Valley Water District's urban water management plan to repudiate Phil Hall's incorrect assertion that the district's urban water management plan, quote, relies on imported water. Michael found the correct statement on pages 2 to 5. The plan seeks to provide tools that will enable the district and area residents to maximize efficient use of the limited available water resources, reduce per capita water use, and decrease the potential future need to import water. Nowhere does that plan say we have to have imported water. And again, Michael Smith took the time. He looked into the details. I'd love when people do that. Just don't report what people say without looking at the details. Finally, it's a shout out to Mayor Eric Bruin for acknowledging that Kern County was the entity that allowed large commercial farming into our valley, thus being responsible for the major pumping in our valley. He actually said that, and I think the people need to know that. I guess he believes that. So I thought he needs a shout out for that one. So I hope I didn't say too much, but does any other board member have something to say as well?
Yeah, I looked at what they did with regard to their sustainability scenarios. And as far as I could see, all of their scenarios had basically around a 5,500 acre feet overdraft. That's not sustainable. I would certainly allow that it didn't necessarily have to be zero, but to have over 5,000 acre feet of overdraft every year just is not sustainable. They need to go back and revisit what they're doing, or either that or what they presented in their view graphs was incomprehensible and not understandable.
And we're asking, look at our numbers, look at the analysis, look at what the scientists have done and the new data and basically some of this data, a lot of it has come from a state-sponsored project that they support. And at least expect us to have a chance to respond to and say, what don't you agree with? What do you think is wrong? Where do we need to go with this? Because if we come to some kind of agreement, we can eliminate a whole lot of problems. But for some reason, no talk is going on.
I have a feeling
Yes.
that many of these misrepresentations come from the same member of staff at the GA. And that is certainly making it difficult to work with the GA if they're being fed false information or misinformation. And that just causes rancor and conflict, and it needs to end. They need to figure out where these misinformations are coming from, and they need to address that with that staffer.
And I apologize, Chuck, if you take another beating at the GA meeting because of what I said.
It don't matter. I'm okay.
Okay. Anything else before we move on?
No.
I would like to add something.
Yes.
This is a good time to remind the public that the district is holding a public workshop on Monday. We're bringing our consultants down and they're going to be prepared. They're going to give presentations on the groundwater and storage and the safe yield assessment. In addition, we're bringing Clean Energy Capital in, and they will do a presentation, I believe, in conjunction with George on the pipeline costs. So there'll be presentations, and there will be ample opportunity for the public to ask questions. We're bringing them down to try to clarify any misunderstandings or misstatements that are being made about these reports. That's all.
Thank you.
At the USO building.
USO Building,
US
Monday, the 21st,
6:30,
6 PM.
6 PM,
6 PM.
6 PM.
And I did announce that at the meeting during my board member
Good.
comments also.
Good. That went over good. Yes, sir.
Yes, Mike Neal again. Well, what I just heard makes me glad that I did not sit through the rest of the meeting at home on video and listen to this propaganda mega storm that was apparently was thrown out to one of the puppet members of the GA. I've said for a long time, Phil Hall's out of control. And of course, he's not going away. Current board's not gonna, kick him out of the job and put somebody else in there who'll, only speak when they're supposed to talk, because he thinks, he and Lemieux think they run the show. And that, essentially, I think it's been clear for years, they do, as far as Kern County goes and the city goes. Anyway, appreciate having a guy like Chuck who can sit there and let it, roll off his back and just say, oh, you guys are, whatever he wants to call them. But it's pathetic to hear that such a propaganda campaign has to be continued to be maintained by, either maintained, actively maintained, or just, tacitly supported by virtue of never saying anything about it by, the two, what are called the lesser members of the board. And the water district's the only one there trying to put out the truth, trying to do right by the people of the valley. That's why I long ago ceased wasting my time going to GA board meetings, because it's been obvious since, years back that, if you have anything to say that doesn't match up with their agenda, then you're wasting your time. They have to let you speak according to law, but get out here in 3 minutes, you're done. And we don't care what you have to say anyway. And that's what I thoroughly believe has been the attitude for the largest part of the board for forever. So I'm heartened to see that this presentation is going to be put on to the public. I suggest that you bring snacks. That'll get more people to come. I've told this to council for years, and they never, of course, they don't listen to me either, so they never do that. But they complain about people not coming and say, "Well, bring food; they'll come." So do that, and you'll be surprised.
Thank you, Mike. Is Renee on the line? Renee?
Yes, yeah, I just have questions about the public workshop. You said it's gonna cover the groundwater. What was?
It's going to cover the groundwater and storage report,
Storage, okay.
the safe yield assessment, and the Clean Energy Capital pipeline cost analysis.
Clean energy pipeline cost analysis, okay. Clean Energy is the one that did the study on the cost.
Yes,
Now, all those reports are available on our website, correct?
that is correct.
So anybody who has questions, that's the time to come ask them. We'll have our experts there and they can answer the question.
And it's gonna be at the historic USO building at 6 o'clock, Monday, October 21st.
That's correct.
Okay,
Jim's.
all right, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. All right, here, no more comments? Are we done? Oh,
They're discussing snacks.
Oh, it's on, hey, isn't that Monday, that's Monday Night Football, isn't it, Chuck? Should we put a screen up with beer and snacks?
Beer and snacks.
Yeah, all right. Let's move on to item E, comprehensive adjudication. Jim, anything to report new?
So public may recall that we had a hearing on August 5th. And at that hearing, the judge made a determination that he was going to hold a phase 2 trial on the subject of determining the safe yield. He didn't set any dates at that time, so we went back on October 2nd. And the judge, actually, the district, the GA, and the Navy, they all proposed separate trial dates, with the Navy's proposal being in the middle between ours and the GA's, and the court accepted that. So phase 2 trial has been set for March 30th, 2026. And that will be the safe yield. And then there's the trial schedule before that. That has also been set. The other thing that happened is shortly after the October 2nd meeting, the GA filed what's called a petition for writ of mandate. Basically, what they're doing is they're asking the appellate court to overturn the trial court's decision that he has the authority to determine the safe yield independent of what the GSP says. He'll consider the GSP science, but the court says that he's not bound by that, and the GA is challenging that. Another example of them not wanting anybody to look at the GSP's numbers, the model, which hasn't been produced. So we'll be waiting to see how that goes. But other than that, we're proceeding with the phase 1 trial, Federal Reserve water rights, April of next year, and then after that, the safe yield, March of 26. That's all I have on the recent status.
Jim, there was some discussion about a water expert, the judge using an expert, but he was claiming he was ready, willing, and able to do it. Where did that lead?
Well, I consider it another stalling tactic, but the GA wanted the court to send it to DWR or the State Water Resources Control Board to consider the technical issue. It's not required by the code. What the code does, it gives the judge a lot of opportunities. If he wants to hire his own special master, his own technical expert, he can do that, or he has other options. Right now, we explained to him that we don't think he's going to need it. We can break it down into simple terms. And so the judge at this time declined the GA's request, and we're proceeding.
Thank you. Any questions for Jim?
I don't really have a question for Jim. I just don't understand the logic. We have the science, we have all this data to back up. So it's great for our community, it's great for the city, it's great for the United States Navy. I don't understand why the fight, why the objection, and it frustrates the hell out of me.
I agree.
Us as well.
Yeah, us as well. I ask it all the time. I mean, I asked it earlier. Why can't someone, sit down, look at our numbers and question them and work with them?
Well, if they had to use their own money, they probably wouldn't do it. They're using our money to sue us, basically. Makes no sense.
Just my thought.
And Jim, I'm going to ask you for one other clarification, because it always comes out, and I think it was in the paper by Mr. Hall, saying litigation against the GA by the Water District. Explain so I can better understand, when the public that's listening, why the adjudication came back. It came out of a Mojave Pistachio suit to us, correct? Somehow, yeah.
Sure. What happened is Mojave filed a complaint against the Water District, Meadowbrook, and Searles, requesting what's called a limited physical solution.
Okay.
And when that happened, we could have either filed, now they served it in November of 2019. We didn't file our cross complaint for comprehensive adjudication until June of 2021. So we were in discussions, tried to prevent it, and we're in talks with the GA about a number of different things. It never worked out, and we were going to have to deal with the limited physical solution. By the time June of 2021 came out, the way that it was, the comprehensive adjudication made sense. You can determine water rights, something that the GA is unable to do. There's only one way you can get the Navy involved in a state proceeding, and that is by doing a comprehensive adjudication, bringing everybody in there. That also made it, the tool of choice.
Great, thank you so much, because I just was reading this one comment that basically said, the GA is forced to defend themselves against litigation from the water district. And I don't think that's a true statement.
We didn't name the GA as a
That's right.
defendant. They decided to come in on their own, and we consented to it.
So that's another gross mischaracterization.
That's another mischaracterization.
It's not the adjudication is not an attack on the GSP. We're challenging their numbers, but that's not the purpose of a comprehensive adjudication.
Thank you.
It's to come up with a physical solution.
Let me see if I can come up with an accurate characterization. The Groundwater Authority set the conditions that have led to the litigious environment in which we find ourselves now. Is that accurate?
It is.
So if the GA doesn't like all of the litigious activity that's going on, perhaps they should address the conditions that they set that caused those lawsuits to take place.
Agreed.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Anything
And
else?
we've asked
Oh,
them to do so.
Okay. Oh,
gonna have to take a bathroom break.
yeah, well, we may be done here. We may all leave for the general manager's staff. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Mike.
Mike Milligan, as to the statement that was just made and what the GA could do, that would mean they would have to admit to all the lies that they put out beforehand. So, that's not going to happen. There's one easy route to almost solve the problem, as I mentioned before. I did make the point to read portions of the last resolution concerning the AVEC pipeline at the GA, and then went about my business. Quit paying the replenishment fee, and the GA won't have enough money to pay their lawyers to continue on with stuff. That's all you got to do. The overall solution is an initiative that would form a special district, kick the GA out of its existence, and put the water district in the position of being a joint agency with water district / GA board. That could be done. And you would get the signatures in about 2 weeks, probably, to put that on a ballot.
Thank you, Mike. And we have Renee on the line.
Yes, I just want Jim Worth to explain again about the appellate court. I think you said the GA is asking the appellate court to overturn a lower court's decision to challenge is it the safe yield?
Yeah, the GA's determination of safe yield.
And
They
so,
believe it's protected, not subject to attack by any vehicle. And we disagree.
so what's going on there then? Is that to
the-
be determined later? Is that going to come up in a few months?
Hopefully we'll know within 30 days. The GA filed their petition last week. There is no set timeline when the appellate court has to decide, but we're hoping within 30 to 60 days we'll have at least a preliminary decision from the appellate court.
So that's actually separate from the adjudication, right?
No, it pertains to phase 2 of the adjudication. It's directly related.
The other thing I want to know, why does it take so long to get to the phase 2? I mean, this is like ridiculous. I mean, this adjudication was filed in June of 2021? And this is dragging out to 2026. I mean, this is sounding like getting closer and closer to the Antelope Valley.
I can't agree with you
adjudication.
more, Renee. I can't agree with you more. The district argued for a phase 2 trial date, September of this year. The GA, all they do is delay. They wanted it in, I think, June or September of 2026 with all sorts of reasons for delay. So it is frustrating that they're drawing it out like that. I agree.
It's also gotten a late start because the Groundwater Authority complained that we hadn't done our due diligence in advertising the lawsuit in the first place. So again, if the GA would like to have this resolved quickly and at the least amount of cost, they need to stop obstructing and they need to start cooperating.
And then I just have one other question. Can you repeat? I know you've said before, the reason why we're doing this, or the water district is doing this comprehensive adjudication in the first place, is
Well, there are
the Navy involved, and I don't understand why. Is it just to determine the federal water rights?
I'm not sure I understand. What's your question?
Well, you
One at
kept
a time.
saying that you have to do this comprehensive adjudication to draw the Navy in, and is it to make them prove they've got federal water reserve rights?
It's so they prove up their federal reserved water right. That's correct.
That's why you wanted them in this
Yes.
adjudication?
How can you solve the and determine water rights in the groundwater situation without the Navy involved? Comprehensive groundwater adjudication is the only tool under which the federal government will participate in a case like this. It's called the McCarran Act. The GA is well aware of it. Everybody's aware of it. That's the very big reason why they're in. There's other reasons, but that's a primary reason for sure.
But I don't know, I just think this whole thing is just a big waste. I don't think we're gonna end up in a better situation. I think it's just gonna be worse.
Well, that's a
And then we
statement,
will
not a
have
question.
spent, have spent millions and millions of dollars on the backs of the water district customers to pay for this.
Well, we need to get at the facts. What are the real recharge rates? What's the real water and storage? Since we are unable to get access to the model that the GA used to put that together, and we find those numbers that they presented to be suspect, we have to undertake these other efforts. Imagine if we did nothing, we would soon be saddling all of the ratepayers with the debt that accrues from $100 million, assuming that they get the funding that they think they're going to get for this pipeline. And it isn't just $300 million for the pipeline and we're done. It's $300 million in today's dollars for a pipeline every 50 years forever. If we don't need that pipeline, we don't need the pipeline, but we have to understand what the situation is so we can make that determination.
Thank you. Anything else? Can we move on? Renee, anybody? Done. We're going to move on to the general manager and staff update. If any of the board members needs to excuse themselves for a moment, go right ahead. I don't think the staff will be upset. I'm listening.
So,
It's riveting too. Don't be.
so there's a bunch of numbers right there.
Oh, there's a bunch of numbers. Read them.
No, okay. We saw a 2% increase in water produced over 2023. Water consumed, we don't have a percentage. Yeah, no employee injury reports for July. For Water Smart, we've had 58 conversations and we did send people out to visit customers 27 times, whether it be for leaks or other
Ty,
items.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but this is last month's.
So this is last month's. It was supposed to be updated by another staff member. I won't say who.
I forgive you. This is probably George's fault.
Maybe
Yeah, this is George's fault. So,
in Lockoff's 80
Yeah.
in August. September, we have those numbers, but apparently they're not in here.
I think, well, Renee sent out numbers for September, did you not? I don't happen to have them on me here, but I do remember the usage per capita was, I want to say 130, somewhere in that range. Yeah, for the hot months.
Let's just skip this slide. Let's go to the next one.
Yeah, forget this slide. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's not your,
Um,
it's George's fault because he's not here. We can.
Because he's not here. Um, just a reminder, there is the fair and the home show. I'm not sure we're going to be participating in the fair. I know we are for the home show. Petroglyph Festival as well is not allowing us to participate.
That's correct. Yeah.
We did have the Chamber of Commerce luncheon this last week, which was interesting. Sterling Valley Minerals was there, gave a presentation kind of on the impacts of water on their operations. Yeah, I guess we go to the next one.
One thing to add to that, if you want, is that we're participating in the Chamber's leadership. I want to get the exact, let's see. They basically call it their
The Leadership Academy, is that what?
Leadership Academy, was that what it is? Yeah, Leadership, Government, and yeah. On the 25th of this month, to believe they're going to start here at 3 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
The third item is just a reminder of the special town hall workshop meeting at the USO building on October 21st at 6 p.m. There, you will be able to, I believe, Zoom in or call in for that too. So if you're not there, look for that information. It'll be on the agenda that'll be posted later this week.
Is it going to be videotaped so people can look at it afterwards?
I believe we're running it through Zoom,
We're
so it
doing it
should
just
be.
like a regular board meeting.
Yeah. Yes.
So
That's
so
right.
people will be able to call in if they have questions as well?
100%.
Okay.
I mean, the camera system is gonna be a little different. The microphones are gonna be, it's all gonna be centralized, but everything's over Zoom. So
Okay, and I want to be sure, I asked George to set up the chairs in rows rather than around tables.
Right, rows with the board up on the
board.
stage.
Right.
Well, we
Be
could,
on the
it could be
stage.
at a table on the floor
Okay.
right there. So I don't want to be,
Snacks?
I don't want to be on the stage.
100%. Mike Neal's bringing snacks from what I understand.
No. In all seriousness, is there any plan for any snacks or, because if not, I will buy snacks to make sure we have
I'm
snacks.
sure we can
dropped
make that
off.
happen.
Give you my
Okay.
list. Can I give you my list of snacks?
I don't care.
Candy, just candy.
You can.
Okay,
No promises.
all right. Sorry to interrupt there, Ty.
We
Just
have,
we're getting a little punchy
Ty.
here.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, question.
Oh, yes, Renee.
Please,
Are you there, Renee?
hold on.
I see her hand offline.
There she
Okay,
go.
okay, you're
Okay.
talking right now about the workshop, how it's gonna be arranged
Yes,
on the 21st?
yes.
Okay, and so you're gonna be at a chamber leadership event and the home show and the fair, those are the upcoming,
We
Events.
no, we will not be at the fair. But
no,
We will have a booth at the home show.
At the home show, yes.
but not the Petroglyph Festival?
No, they denied us.
Okay,
There were a gentleman from out of the valley came and complained that there were non-Native American participants in the festival and that they should not be allowed. And the people who are organizing the festival decided that they would agree with that. And it isn't just that we can't be there. There's a whole lot of food vendors who cannot be there either because they are not Native Americans.
oh, wow, okay,
Yeah.
Yep.
wow.
And- Okay, anything else, Renee?
Yeah, on the chamber's leadership event,
That's a thing they do. People can participate by signing up. They basically get local leaders in town, and I can't name who they are right now. I don't know who they are. They get a handful of them. They put them through learning things. So basically, they'll be talking with the people. Some people at City Hall. They'll be talking with Philip Peters. They'll be talking with Vince Fong, talking about how elected officials work. How do you decide what you're going to do? How do you service the community? What's involved with that. So it's
Oh, okay.
something that they go through, and then they graduate from them, and they get this nice little leadership certificate.
Oh, okay, yeah, that started with Mick Gleason, I think. He put
It
this
was way back. They
program-
stopped it for a while with COVID. So it's been a couple, 3 years before they've done it before again.
Okay, and the water district is part of that
Yes,
chamber's leadership where you introduce them to the water district and all that.
right.
Okay,
Their service clubs will also be involved in that as well.
I think so.
separately, yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
Anything else? Is that it? She's offline? Okay, let's move on. Where were we? Special board meeting, Indian Current Community Service District. What do we have to say about that?
I thought we had, there it is. So this is an overview of the layout of ICSD. You can see on the map here where the wastewater is on the north side, the office there on Third Street. And you got well 3 booster and well 4. So going site to site here. So this is the Third Street main production and booster station. And just an overview of some of the major issues that they're facing. So well 3 needs a new pumping unit and tubing shaft. So about $150,000 is our estimate based on what Garrison provided. The chlorine room needs a new analyzer, a room for a reservoir, new pumping equipment, and some sort of cooling. New production flow meter, replumbing, telemetry is inoperable and needs to be in a cool environment. It's directly in the sunlight. The 10 horsepower booster is inoperable. So they're relying on the 3, or at least one of the 3 25 horsepower boosters that are on site, which causes it to go on and off continuously. And the lack of the 10 horsepower booster, leaking the tank, the site glass causing the compressor to be overworked. The air compressor is operating on manual and not on automation as it should be, and needs to be replaced. The generator is inoperable, and we learned when we were out there that according to Air Pollution Control District, they're not allowed to operate that in where they are, which is right across the street from a school. So they're going to need a whole new generator there. And the tank is, it's a bolted tank, and it needs to be inspected and probably repaired, if not replaced. So you can see some of the costs for that. Well 4 needs to be completely redeveloped. Garrison's best estimate is another $150,000 for that to get the drilling mud out and put a new, they actually use a water lubed pump for that one. So
You'd have to scope that well first, wouldn't you? You're not sure what's going on with it?
they're going to try to develop it.
Okay.
They're pretty sure that it's the driller's mud that's clogging up and
Okay.
causing the issue. This is the wastewater plant. So some of the issues, it's hard to see there, but the bar screen and grinder need maintenance. Oh, the bar screen and grinder need maintenance. There's a water leak that they've solved by turning the water off to the facility. The partial flume sonar chopper pumps, controls for the pumps, valves, check valves need maintenance or replacement. A 7-day wheel chart needs to be worked every 7 days. Obviously, it hasn't been changed in approximately, when we were out there, about 9 months. The pond here to the south, the part you see there on the north side where you see 2 tan, the liner's completely torn away and needs to be either repaired or replaced. From the last visit, when George and Ken went out there, it looks like raw sewage is now flowing directly into the oxidation pond of 2. So completely bypassing the pump there. Looks like there needs to be a lot of maintenance on the aerators and sludge removal. The facultative pond 2, which is the one on the east side, the drain lines are completely plugged and it's overflowing into pond 1. So there's some issues.
Wow.
And we're estimating the wastewater to be a repair of at least $500,000.
What was the total on the repair of their system to get it up to snuff to?
Probably
stay-
close to $2 million.
So you have $2.5 million. And I have to explain why this is happening is I've spoken with George and Jason is it isn't that we're advocating, we're going to go do this, but we want to be able to be prepared that if the state was to come to us and say, man, we need you to do something, then we're taking a proactive approach. And that's mostly what we're trying to do. They didn't spend a lot of time on this, but they spent good time on it. And I said, well, number one is what could it cost, what's it gonna cost just to put it in, I guess you could sell into regulation requirements for running and operating. And then the next thing I asked was, where's that money gonna come from? And you have to understand two things. One is, if we're appointed as an administrator, we are allowed to build a state for our time, our effort, our manpower, any administrative tools that we need to make it happen. But however, the money to do repairs, it's not gonna be nearly as much as if they asked us to consolidate. And so I asked George, let's be prepared. What's it gonna mean to us? Because obviously it can't be money out of our pocket from our ratepayers. It's gotta come from somewhere else. Part of administrator's job would be looking for grants, trying to find money, applying for money from the state. And then there's probably is some available through the Safe Water Drinking Program, but I don't think it's gonna be $2.5 or $3 million. It may be. So we're just doing this, so if the state comes knocking on our door, we have a general idea what we're getting into. And that's all, that's.
The
what
only
we're
other
doing.
option that is offered by the state is that they put it into a receivership,
Oh,
which
really?
means that we would have to make it happen with money coming directly from them and no money from the state.
If it goes to receiving, yeah, and obviously they don't, yeah, they don't have that kind of money. It's going to go from bad to worse. So, and of course, the other option is that the state may say, we want you to consolidate, which is a big issue. But the thing about consolidation is a lot more money available. 65,000 per connection or something like that.
50,000 per
It's
connection.
going to be 15-20 million dollars to do this job, but I don't know if we're going any further here till we learn something else. What does the state want to do? 'Cause I know they want to bail themselves out the best they can. They have to present something to the state soon, correct? With their,
Their plan is already due. Their plan was due at the end of August. When they had the meeting with the state, there were some deficiencies in the report that they had to address. I don't know where they're at that point.
okay, I'm sure we're going to find out. I do know that, yes, Carol resigned. So there's, so basically if when the election takes place, there's going to end up being one vacant seat. And then the new board's gonna have to figure out what they're gonna do with it. So how that's gonna happen, I don't know.
When the
They have-
election takes place, they're going to have one employee as well.
Yeah, oh, that's right. Their manager resigned, correct?
At the end of this month.
At the end of the month.
Last
To
day.
October.
So that's where they are. I think the board needs to be informed and up to date that one day the state may be knocking on our door asking us to do something, and I want to be ready.
I think they would have to force us to do the work. I don't think this is anything that the board really wants to take on voluntarily. We would prefer to see the folks of Inyakern get their system up and running under
Yeah,
their
yeah.
own power.
That's our preference.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. But I don't want to sit here and say to the state, yeah, we don't want to do anything. I think we need to be prepared to work with the state to make them whole somehow, whatever that may be.
Well, when I say force, what I mean is they tell us to do the work and they don't promise to pay for it.
Yeah.
That would be forcing it upon us.
Oh, yeah. But legally speaking, we couldn't do it anyway that way. We can't spend our ratepayers' money
That's right.
outside of the district.
Right.
All right. Anything else? Oh, Renee, yes.
Yeah, unmute her.
Okay, got her now?
Yes.
Renee, are you there?
Unmute.
Unmute.
We hear you, Renee.
We hear you.
Okay. On this ICSD, when you're talking about consolidate, are you only talking about doing their water system? Because the sewer system's separate. Wouldn't someone else have to do the upgrades on that? I mean,
No.
is our water district qualified to do all that?
As I understand, it's the whole shebang, including lighting is responsible with CSD as well, although they do contract that out. The lighting's part of it, the sewer system and a water system.
So
And
our
the-
water district would have to take everything on?
Go ahead, Jim.
First of all, the water district does have the statutory authority to be in wastewater. Right now, these decisions are not being made by the district. They're being made by consultation with LAFCO, State Board. What's going to happen, nobody knows. We're just waiting to hear. So really would be speculating at this point, Renee, because we don't know, and it isn't our decision.
But how could our water district have enough qualified people to like rebuild this whole, it sounds like their whole wastewater treatment has to be totally rebuilt
It-
besides their water situation.
That's better directed at the state board. They're
Um,
making the decision, not us.
Is that it, Renee?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the board before we move on?
No.
Okay, Northwest Transmission Pipeline.
Alrighty, so the contractor has filled, pressure tested, and disinfected the first two phases. And they are in the process now of draining the chlorinated water out of the pipeline there from Victor all the way to Primavera. And they're just about done installing pipe in the ground for phase 3 that goes from Primavera to Brady.
Okay,
So they'll be, once they get all the water drained out, then the next thing will be taking bacteriological samples for those first two phases.
I have to ask, this is the line that the Navy has to connect to, correct? I know they're responsible
Yes.
for doing that, but
Yes.
what happens when that happens? You have to shut everything down again and
Mm,
rechlorinate,
No,
Okay,
No,
no.
it's already in the plans where we dropped where they're gonna connect.
Oh,
They just have to
okay.
come up and build.
All right, good. Great. Any questions, comments on that? We'll move on to water system consolidation update. I don't, we
I
know
got nothing more than what you've already heard.
about all that.
Mhm.
Financial status. Yeah,
Yeah, we did. I can go through the report or.
if you want to do the quick report.
Just real quick, revenue received 4.26 million, which is 141,000 above the budget, but you'll see on the total water sales, we're down 372,000. Expenditures to date, 4.6 million, which is about 500,000 below budget. Negative 328,000 net, which is about 604,000 better than budget. But that first number on water sales is what concerns us. And right now we're spending less than we projected, trying
Right.
to offset that. Capital expenditures to date, about 4.6 million, and almost all of that is that Northwest Transmission Pipeline. Debt service principal, 280,000, and then to date, we have paid the GA $15,607,346. I would note our $12,733,000 is over half of what we have to pay, right?
Supposedly, once we hit the
25 million?
25 million, we're supposed to be done.
Replenishment?
Yeah.
So that's where we're at.
All right. Okay, great. Conservation.
Conservation for the calendar year, we have 15 water waste reports received, 15 contacts made, 2 warnings issued, and 1 penalty issued.
Arsenic.
Nothing's really changed on the arsenic plants. The plant one is still online. Though we are looking at when we're going to winterize it. We've already begun winterizing plant 2 since it was offline anyway.
Right.
The key issue on those, so everyone knows, is the mornings. Because when it gets cold enough, the pneumatic valves don't play well,
Right.
and so they stick. So it's a matter of, we see the demand going down, so that the need for them may be coming to an end here for the
Yeah.
year.
Okay.
So we'll probably be taking those offline within the end of the month, probably.
Boy, I hope the weather cools down.
So, both plants will be, unless something unexpected happens, both plants will be fully operational in time for next summer.
That's the plan.
Okay. All right. Operations.
So for the month of September, we had 20 replacement, 30 repairs. No DES did not run, and nor were their valves turned for the month.
All right. When's the last time no DES ran?
Beginning of the year.
Year.
It's been a while.
Okay.
We've had some staffing issues and trying to get the new GIS system up and running.
Okay.
And that's one of the things that we're working on with the GIS
Great.
provider is our flushing part of it.
Okay. Thank you. Any comments, questions? Everybody looks bleary-eyed right now, and you got to take care of your voice. If you, do we have anything else? Oh, I got someone on.
Renee.
Renee?
Yeah, I just
Yes.
want No, is there a completion date set yet for the Northwest Transmission Line?
I'm targeting the end of the year.
So it's actually getting done quicker, right, than originally proposed?
That is correct. There were provisions that we tried to put into the contract that because of certain delays in the beginning, we're not going to meet, and that actually ended up making it so that the overall project is going to happen faster.
So how quickly do you bring it online, then start using it?
There's going to be a process. We're going to, once the contractor is done, we're going to do a thorough flushing on it ourselves. We're going to make sure that it passes all of our criteria for using the pipeline before bringing it online. So luckily it'll be in January. We won't need the water as much. But we'll have it ready for next summer.
So it'll be operational probably by March?
That's a good assumption.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. All right, if there's no any comments or questions, I'll move on to board comments and future agenda items. Does anybody have enough stamina to do comments?
I have some comments.
I'll let you start then, David.
I want to thank our staff and the contractor on the contractors that have been working on the arsenic plants in the Northwest Transmission Lines. It has been a concern of mine, if I may borrow your word, that if something were to happen in summer with increased demand, that there might be a crisis where we could not provide enough water and we would have to ration. Having those plants and that line up and running and repaired and operational by next summer is absolutely critical, and you getting it done even before summer is to be commended. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck, do you have anything?
No.
You're just tired. You look like you're
I'm
being,
hungry.
you're hungry. How
Dinner
about you,
time.
Stan? Do you have anything?
I would just like to thank Chuck for all the hard work he puts in on the GA. I know how it works, and it takes a lot of stamina, willpower, and integrity to sit through some of the crap that he does. So I want to thank him. Doing an excellent job.
Thank you, Stan.
I agree with that. And I want to thank the staff. I think this agenda was quite aggressive. It's one of the longest meetings we've had in a while, but I think we got a lot done. So just keep it shorter next time. I'm just, if at all possible. And I
The board
appreciate.
president sets the agenda, doesn't he?
What's that?
The board president sets the agenda.
I don't
doesn't he?
remember having all this on here. I think you added a bunch of stuff and I wasn't looking. I think it was all in there. Yeah. I just didn't realize that.
Nice try, Ron.
I'm not running for president anymore. I surely appreciate it. With that, I will adjourn the meeting. And since you have a clock up there, I have one here, 8:57. Thank you.
I got 3 hours and 3 minutes to get my taxes done.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You got to do it by the.
Yeah. Rhonda's like, I got everything in there, but you're gonna have to come